Salutations, Legion of Doom. Welcome to Podcast, the Storm, where social awkward outcasts, crazy widows, all around nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my host, the nerdy occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Good evening, everyone. The main reason my camera is not on is I cannot reach where my hats are currently sitting, so I am refusing to appear on stream sans hat.
I mean, you already look like a mad old man of the mountain, so I think even with a hat, so I don't
Very
really see a
much
difference
fuck
there,
you, but fair enough.
Yeah.
Also, we decided to start a couple hours early because we didn't get a chance to do it last week, which means that we freed up those extra 4 hours, so we're double dipping this week.
To be fair, my original plan was at 7:30, as I had said in the Discord, but Dalton pushed me for 6:30 time.
Because I know Brainstormer tends to want to tap out around midnight, so we need as much time as we can to hopefully get through.
God forbid I have a normal sleep schedule, unlike some people.
Which is why I decided we should plan ahead further. I'm not giving you shit for having a normal sleep schedule. I'm just saying that it's a factor that needed to be factored in. So that we at least have a decent shot of covering everything.
We're not going to cover everything. Like, full honesty, like we have 2 weeks worth of stuff. I know we're not going to cover everything, and what we don't cover is going to be covered next week, along with any new stuff we find.
But we're going to at least try anyway.
Yeah, we're going to at least try and make a good dent in the stuff we have. Also, if my voice sounds a little off, it is because I've been sick for the last week. I've been doing my best to try to mitigate that with, like, Dayquil, NyQuil, cough drops. I made some chicken soup here and there. So I feel fine. Like, I haven't had any type of. It does seem to be just like the common cold. So yeah, I'm fine for now. It's just mainly like a stuffy nose at this point. So yeah. Let me. So, this is originally from GamesIndustry.biz. Women in games. New manifesto calls for rebalancing gender representation and fairness across the industry. This manifesto is an invitation to the entire ecosystem to build a fair playing field together. It's written by Vicky Blake, published January 29th, 2026.
This can only go so well. 13 years of Gamergate adjacent shit has taught me that when this shit happens, it almost always turns into a moralistic purity spiral. But we shall see.
Women in Games Today has launched a new manifesto calling for rebalancing gender representation and fairness across the global video games industry. To be fair, I feel like you can say things in a lot more eloquent and far more sophisticated and knowledgeable way than I could. But to my understanding, I'm aware of some, like, I realize it's a complicated issue, but I was always under the impression that it was people of merit that got hired into these type of jobs.
Well, it was until ideological intersectional feminism reared its ugly head.
Sorry,
and then
sorry, I know you have like kind of a pent up ranting thing. I don't mean to cut you off. Obviously, I'm just like I don't want to get my point across first.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. If anyone would remember the Legacy of Kain video games from like the early 2000s, I believe. late 90s, early 2000s. I can't remember. Um,
Yeah.
the original story, like the script, the person who wrote that, right?
Hmm.
Hold on. I okay. I'm just want to make sure. Yeah, it's Amy Hennig was the primary writer, director, and creative force behind the Legacy of Kane series.
Hmm.
Um, which anyone who knows Legacy of Kane was like a very like rich, complex, very like in-depth kind of narrative that they had that discussed really interesting themes of fatalism, destiny, and the idea and time travel itself on like the causal nature and stuff like that,
Mm.
all being wrapped around like just really fascinating characters. Like these were it was like a very moral gray that was handled in a very respectful way. And I know like a lot of people these days always try to write characters morally gray, but really come across like more nihilistic and grim and very like just assholes. Um, but it's like my point, kind of circling back here, is well, oh, one sec. Sorry, give me 1 second. I have to disappear real quick. So don't, if you have anything, start ranting right now, and I'll be back.
Okay. The thing is, it should be a merit-based system, and identity should have sweet fuck all to do with anything. And there was at least a pretension of meritocracy back in the day, but then ideological intersectional feminists reared their ugly head and made everything revolve around the politics of identity and what they assumed to be a series of oppressor and oppressed dichotomies, which has ruined basically every industry it has been involved in and completely fucked up a focus on merit, because rather than finding the women and people of color and all the rest of it that can make it on a meritocratic basis, they changed, lowered, or in quite a lot of cases simply invented entire new standards for identity politics rather than depersonalizing people's resumes and hiring on merit, which would be another way of redressing the quote unquote biases in hiring practices. It's just like it's just like a couple of years ago there was a study that found female teachers rated male students lower and more harshly than uh, students that had a female name, and an
Okay, I'm back.
actual way of redressing this would be to make blind resumes and blind tests a thing, so that there's not a name attached. And once there's not a name attached, then things will happen based on merit and only merit.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I forgot what my point was.
Shit.
I was No, yeah, I guess I was just bringing up that example because that was the one I was aware of the most of. I'm sure there are other people. Well, I guess like a lot of people from like Critical Role
Mm-hmm.
that have like worked on stuff, like not just the voice actresses, but like I think I'm not too sure on that one.
Mm-hmm.
But my point being is, yeah, it should really ultimately be tied down to merits. I feel like I'm just gonna not articulate it as well since it's kind of lost in my mind now. You want to keep going?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let me get to the tab. Okay, I mean, to be fair, like, I want to say this, rebalancing gender representation and fairness across the global video games industry, like, on paper, like, as a surface level thing, I'm fine with. Again, it's like, it really just boils down to the whole, like, are you saying this for merit's sake, or are you saying this, which I'm fairly sure we're both aware of what is actually.
Or for the sake of identitarian quote unquote consciousness raising.
Yeah. So I think you and I both agree, like, there's somewhat of an imbalance, mainly because I think it's like it kind of works like the comics industry, where it's like more, or it kind of used to, but before the indie market really started to take up, where it was more like a close connective group of like friends, letting friends in and stuff. It was kind
Right.
of hard for like
And that's not right either
no,
necessarily.
no, that's not. That's, I would argue that is actually not like that's not good. Really, I feel like that is very like
Yeah,
alien.
that's not good either necessarily. But the solution to that should not have been hyperfixate on other forms of identity.
No. That was not what I was. Just to be clear, that was not what I was saying.
No, and that's not what I'm saying either. But just to be clear, like I was just alluding to, they did a study in schools a couple of years ago where it was discovered that female teachers rate male students more harshly than female students, but that this could be redressed by not listing the name attached to the paper. And I think that a similar initiative could work with resumes, whereby you'd be focusing on the merits of the resume rather than selecting for any particular identity. That seems like a much fairer and more equitable solution to this problem. Just get rid of names on resumes or on tests or on important documents altogether, and then the people evaluating those resumes will be left with nothing else to focus on but merit.
Moving on.
Yeah.
Uh, at a time when video games are the most influential storytelling medium in the world, Manifesto addresses a persistent imbalance. While women make up nearly half of all players, they represent fewer than a third of the industry's workforce. Okay, I'll also make this. It's going to sound odd, but I'm sure Dawn can kind of get where I'm coming at and explain it in a more knowledgeable way, I suppose. I think that could also be in, like the adage of to be in the video game industry, specifically like people who make video games, not those like like the other jobs around the video games, like marketing and stuff, and like the money thing. To be like a programmer or video like an artist or stuff like that, right? Like a creative lead or anything. It does take a certain level of creativity, passion, art, for a person to be part of that. And I'm not saying that. To be fair, I'm not making an argument on if artistic value is gendered or not. I'm not trying to make that argument, but again, to me it makes. I'm sorry, my brain is like, I don't know what the fuck's going on with me right now.
Okay. Thus, I will take advantage of Brainstormer's confusion and open door number 2. Door number 2 being that is a misleading statistic. Because you see, there are different kinds of video games. And the kinds of video games that make the most money for the people that produce them are the AAA and AA video game industry. Your stereotypical action games, your MMORPGs, etc. And that market is disproportionately male. The games that women tend to play are the kinds of games you get on mobile devices like phones. And while, yes, if you want to average all the video games together, women are an equal percentage of game players. The problem being, it's sort of like how women are the majority of readers, but men are the majority of action adventure readers, whereas women are the majority of romantasy readers. Because there are two different kinds of novel in this instance, catering to two different audience bases. But what this thing does, what that, again, misleading statistic does, is make it seem like women are equally represented with men on every vector of video games, rather than men being overrepresented in the kinds of games they enjoy and women being overrepresented in the kind of games they enjoy. And the, sad truth when the rubber meets the road is AAA action games make more money and encourage more audience investment than phone games do, than mobile games do. And so it is perfectly right that games companies focus more on their male audience, or at least the AAA and AA games industry should focus primarily on its mostly male audience. And the people who should focus on women's sensibilities and women's desires are the industry of phone games. But that would result in men having spaces that are predisposed to their sensibilities. And that's not even saying that there aren't women who also enjoy action games or also enjoy action adventure books, to call back to my example from earlier with the novels thing. But I can guarantee you that the women who do like action adventure books, or women who do like AAA style, blockbuster video games, want those games to remain as they always have been, because what attracted those women to those games is the way they always were. You can't decide to change everything about an industry and then expect that industry's audience to remain the same. And that's the problem. By using that misleading statistic you just quoted of women are 50% of the consumers of video games, whatever it is, but not making it clear that you're talking about all video games full stop, and that there are 2 or 3 different categories here, you are making it seem as though women are underrepresented in the AAA games industry, when in actuality what it is men are overrepresented in the kinds of games that men enjoy, and women are overrepresented in the kinds of games women enjoy. Because this happened organically. It wasn't a mustache-twirling patriarch in some kind of evil volcano lair going, "Mwahaha, I will actively ignore our female customer base. Mwahaha." No, that's not what happened. But that is the feminist presumption that is at least grandfathered in with that orphan statistic. Moving on.
Alright. At a time when earlier that the organization stated the Women in Games Manifesto sets out to change that by positioning equality not as an aspiration, but as a strategic and cultural necessity for the future of games. Hello?
Still here. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Nothing to say to that part, or
Keep going.
Okay, this part as part of this pledge, Women in Games has outlined 14 core reasons, in air quotes, why it believes empowering women in games is critical, linking inclusive game development directly to innovation, creativity, sustainability, and culture impact. Okay, can I point out
Go ahead.
what was Expedition 33?
Yeah.
Big game, and I'm sure as Dalton would say, deserved to have more awards than what it got at the Game Awards.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it won quite a lot of them. It won quite a lot of the ones it was eligible for, or nominated for, rather.
But
which it deserved too, by the way. But go ahead. Yes.
That was a full indie game, and that was just made from pure passion. And I think, again, ultimately what I believe the games industry really needs is less corporate greedy bullshit, which tends to be what it is now, and more artists driving forward passion, creativity, and just something unique and different while also still paying tribute to what has come before. That last part's optional, obviously.
Yeah. Door number 2 is games companies also need to be less ideologically biased, and they need to stop having active contempt for their audience base. This is something true of art in recent years, in all vectors pretty much, beginning sometime around 2013. But dear creators of artistic products the world over, stop hating your fan bases, your audience bases, and your organic market. Just like we were just talking about. Instead of hyperfixating on identities to try and create some sort of false neutrality, why not build it, and whoever shows up, shows up? And if it turns out that your ideological and moral position results in fewer people showing up, then maybe you need to reevaluate your ideological and moral position. I.e., if the games that are morally pure according to your standards don't sell because they're shit and no one wants them, also because many times a lot of this intersectional feminist gobbledygook comes along with post-Frankfurt School deconstructionalism, which results in people actively spiting things like in-universe logic, world building, or beauty standards. And unsurprisingly, when you go against a lot of the things people like about a thing, they stop liking that thing. You can't just say, well, that's a video game and this is a video game, therefore they must be equal and treated equally. No, because the audience are the ones who decide what is successful. The audience vote with their wallets, and the audience determine whether your ideological presuppositions are organic or inorganic or not. And if they're inorganic, they won't buy that shit. That's what happened to Concord. That's what happened to I'm trying to think of some other examples. But yeah, instead of trying to enforce an ideological lens by insisting upon a false definition of neutrality, you could just, again, focus on merit, focus on product, focus on the things your audience likes to see, and most importantly, do not hate on your fan base or your audience. If you hate on your fan base or your audience, that audience is going to stop showing up. And much like the example of the differences between, for example, Disney's The Marvels and Warner Brothers' Barbie movie, the reason why Barbie was successful despite what many of us were expecting back in the day is because we actually forgot this for a second too. But most often, there is a different audience when it comes to men and women. Again, It's not saying you will not find any women in the audience base of a triple A sort of game. And it's not saying you will find no men who enjoy phone games. But as a general rule, those people are the exception rather than the rule. And the ones that are the exception rather than the rule, the women who enjoy action adventure and enjoy those sorts of more genre-related IPs, like it for the same reason the men like it and don't want it to be changed. Because that's the other thing. While you're busy hyperfixating on the intersectional feminist hive mind of womanhood, you end up alienating and annoying a lot of your female customers for exactly the same reason as your male customers, namely that this ideological presupposition of deconstructionalism is good and beauty standards and merit standards are bad tends to ruin the products that is tried with. And once those products are ruined, whether your audience base is men or women, they don't like it. Because again, I'm a broken record about this, but a large part of what social justice or wokeness or post-Frankfurt School deconstructionalism buttressed by identity, a lot of the presuppositions of that worldview are based on the idea that people like things arbitrarily rather than liking them for those things' qualities. And so we can mix and match, we can tabula rasa every quality of a thing and it will still have its audience. They think that people don't like video games because of their stories or their aesthetics or their world building or their in-universe logic or their characters. But according to the Social Justice Party, they like them arbitrarily, and so we should be able to change them arbitrarily, and people should like them just as much as they like the old stuff. But the problem with that perspective is the tabula rasa idea is bullshit. People don't like things because of normative consensus or because of cultural woo or because of happenstance. They like things because of the qualities those things have, and if you change those qualities those things have, the reaction to those things should and will change accordingly. Go ahead.
Okay. I just...
Yep.
You good?
Yep. Go ahead.
Alright. Those reasons are listed as... Oh boy. Okay. Women have long been marginalized in games. It's time to change the game.
No, they haven't.
Okay.
No, they haven't. The women who like video games will play video games just like the men who like video games will play video games. It just so happens that fewer women, on average, organically prefer video games, and or that the video games women tend to prefer are the sort of games you get on mobile apps, like your Candy Crush sagas and so on. But again, trying to say that women are the majority of readers, therefore we should stick a bunch of romantasy into every action adventure book so as to appeal to our underrepresented female audience more, is a farce. Because there is, and probably always will be, organically, two different audiences at play here. And the audience that likes action adventure or AAA video games is generally going to contain less women. And the audience that prefers romantasy and mobile games is generally going to contain more women and fewer men. And there is a small minority of women who like action adventure games every bit as much as men do. But the thing is, a lot of those women aren't ideologically possessed feminists who are hyperfixated on the collective identity of all womankind. They're, even though that doesn't exist and is an ideological creation of intersectional feminism. But point being, the women who like action adventure stuff as is are going to be just as annoyed with you for changing the action adventure games to be more like the mobile games, just like the men who like mobile games as a minority of mobile game players will probably be weirded out if you try to shove a bunch of AAA shit into mobile games. And here's the other misrepresentation of that orphan statistic at the top. Not only does it ignore that there are different kinds of games with different audiences, but it also ignores how much easier and simpler it is to produce a mobile game. And so if you're just looking at the numbers, there will be more mobile games than there will be AAA games because it takes more resources to create a AAA game than it does to make a phone app. Moving on.
Equality in games is equality in culture.
No.
Moving on.
That is an entirely farcical statement. There is no reason to believe that if we inorganically create a false equivalency or a false neutrality enforced from the top down, that will in any way impact culture, or that it wouldn't be just as inorganic in said culture if it did. Also, you guys have been pushing intersectional feminist gobbledygook since 2013. Women have the hyper-fixated on their own identity woman category that is intersectional feminists have already done all the DEI and ESG and bridge narratives. The problem is that a lot of the ideological presuppositions that go along with those intersectional feminist gobbledygook narratives tend to ruin the things that are attached to. And so many of the products that have been made with intersectional feminism in mind are worse for having that ideological presupposition and become less successful. Meanwhile, the games that actually organically appeal to the largely male audience for male action adventure AAA style games are very, very successful. One would think, looking at this from an outsider looking in, that even if we were just going for financial solvency here, you'd want to see more of the one kind of game and less of the other kind of game. But instead, because intersectional feminism likes to weaponize the moral high ground, you can't purge the parts of intersectional feminism that actively make the product worse from these various companies and these various IPs, because if you do, we'll morally shame you into submission and contrition, goddammit. And that's the trick that intersectional feminism has pulled on the games industry and pretty much every other artistic industry for like mass pop culture consumption for the last 13 years. Moving on.
Women's economic equality is good for business and good for games.
Economic equality, you say? So you're telling me, because you just used the phrase economic equality, which is a horrifying Orwellian term, that you want the people who are good at their jobs and the people that are shit at their jobs to make the same amount of money. Do you see how that's going to result in a worse product overall? Not to mention drive large sums of your fan base away? Because the way this works, at least in theory, in a functional company, is the people who are good at their jobs get promoted and get more money as a result of them being good at their jobs, and the people who are bad at their jobs stay either in the lower rungs of the job, or more often, if they fail spectacularly enough, they get fired. But you want to solve that by ensuring that the people who are good at their jobs make the same money as the people who are bad at their jobs, even though you're also suggesting that we ideologically skew the hiring practices to get more of one and less of the other. And again, I want to make this perfectly clear. This is not new. This idea of yours is not new. People have been saying it since at least 2013. And the corporations have done everything they could to bend over backwards and ingratiate themselves to the moral framework of intersectional feminism and or wokeness. And as a result, many of those companies are financially worse off and culturally worse off, as in their audience likes them less than they did 13 years ago before all this got started. I think it's finally time to say that we can stop pushing feminism even harder into the system, because feminism has had its day in court, it's had its decade of cultural dominance, and it has ruined just about everything it touches, along with the neo-Hegelian post-Frankfurt School deconstructionalism that very often accompanies it. And as a result, when the rubber meets the road and it becomes finally time to fire some people, I would argue that we should fire the HR hags who have made our corporate culture a clusterfuck and have made our relationships with our audience and fan bases one of abject spite. So, no, I don't think we will be administering even more financial equality than we already have. Because this is the other thing. This article was made this year, and companies started trying to ingratiate themselves into people like Brianna Wu, Zoe Quinn, and Anita Sarkeesian 13 fucking years ago. And it's not like they've done so only in token gestures or only in small ways. No, they've rewritten the entire corporate zeitgeist many times over and insisted that actively spiting the small insular audience, quote unquote, for the sake of the quote unquote modern audience would pay off eventually. And we've been doing it for 13 years and it's still only made things worse. So maybe instead of, I'm sure feminism will work if we just try it even harder this time. I'm sure if we deconstruct enough, people will learn to like this thing that we've changed everything about and actively spite it at every turn. People won't just leave or make their own shit. They'll eventually knuckle under and buy the shit we're selling them. Honest. Yeah, no, we've tried it for 13 years. It can fuck off now, please. And acting as though the corporations haven't already gone about as far as it's possible for them to go is a fucking travesty. You guys have been beating this intersectional feminist deconstructionalist drum for 13 fucking years, and all you have to show for it is checks notes, the fucking ruination of every pop cultural IP of the 20th and 21st centuries. Everything like 19th century and back are still fine. They're still classics that will be able to survive a bad take every now and again. But basically every IP that was new to the 20th and 21st centuries and meant for like mass pop cultural consumption has been fucked. Is there any IP that is meant for mass pop cultural consumption that is in a better place now than it was 13 years ago? Because short of things that are still owned by the people who made them in the fucking first place, like Dresden Files, or like Has Been Hotel. I can't think of any pre-established IP of the 20th century that is in a better place now than it was 13 years ago. Because the big two comic book companies are worse. Pretty much every sci-fi and fantasy IP is worse. And go ahead, yeah.
All right. Collaboration is our strongest tool for change. And then the other one, I'm gonna read two just so we can get through this a little quicker.
Mm-hmm.
All right, collaboration is our strongest tool for change. Everyone deserves fair treatment, fair pay, and fair opportunity, from the classroom to the boardroom.
All people deserve fair treatment. Your mistake is assuming that equality of outcome is fair within a meritocratic system, and it isn't. It is perfectly fair for the people who are good at their job to get promoted, and the people who are unspeakably shit at their job to get fucking fired. That is fair within a meritocratic system. Those with the merit will succeed and whisk further up the ladder, and those without the merit will fall through the cracks eventually. That's supposed to be how it works. Now, mind you, there's other forms of nepotism than purely ideological or moralistic nepotism, but let's not act like that ideological and moralistic nepotism hasn't been active and all-pervasive for the last 13 fucking years in every corporation or industry that has access to long-term pre-established IP. So, yeah, no, equality of outcome is not fair if you are privileging the unproductive, useless members of your company in the same way you're privileging the actual functional members of your company. And very often, especially recently, more so. You've actually been prioritizing a lack of merit over merit because someone came to you and made the ideological argument that current definitions of meritocracy are too narrow and we need to actively spite them because we have this tabula rasa conception that we can and should be able to change everything about an IP and still have the people that like it. We've actively demonized the idea of the customer is always right in matters of taste. We've actively demonized the concept of you should make yourself as appealing to your audience and fan base as you can. We've actively demonized the idea of beauty standards. We've actively demonized the idea that meritocracy is even a thing rather than a harmful socio-political delusion. And as a result, every IP in gaming and in just about every other mass pop culture sense is worse now than it was 13 years ago. Moving on.
Belonging is not optional, it's essential. The future of technology must be built by everyone. Yeah, that second one, that's basically what the fuck is happening. What are you talking about?
Yeah, like, again, you're assuming that is not what is happening. You just don't like the fact that people don't like people who don't have merits and don't contribute to the IPs they're working with. Or even more so, when a lot of people are actively choosing and purposefully engaging in practices which they know will ruin those IPs from within and sour the relationship between corporations who own IPs and the fans of those IPs. Moving on.
Hello?
Yep, moving on. Go ahead.
Sorry, it's just like everything was both frozen and unsure. Okay, I think.
Yeah, that was on your end, dude. I'm pretty sure.
No, I know it was on my end. I just wasn't sure if I was still coming in or not.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Women's creativity defines the next era of storytelling. Intersectionality matters. Okay, before you do, I want to address the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Creativity is not gender specific. And I'm speaking as a very creative person who often gets too overwhelmed with all my ideas.
True. He has the ideas in abundance curse, a la Sandman.
It's not that bad, but your point is made. Again,
Someday it might get that bad. you but go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Yeah, creativity is not gendered, and look, I'm cool with creative like creators. Sorry, female creators that are very creative. As redundant as that sounds, like I've started reading Absolute Wonder Woman. Very good, by the way. I find it enjoyable. I know Dawn and I've, off screen at least, Dawn and I've had a interesting discussion on the Absolute Universe.
Yeah, I don't.
We don't need to get into it here.
Yeah,
obviously.
go ahead.
But again, it really matters. Again, to me, it all boils down to the merit, like the hard work, the effort, the creativity put into it. Oftentimes, and I'll say this too, like we've covered a lot of like shitty comics on this stream that were mostly written by guys.
We have. It's not the gender, it's the ideology that's the issue.
I mean, I just argue that it's a lack of creativity or lack of imagination from those writers as well, but
that's the thing. These people have the raw talent to be creative, but because it's funneled through this lens of ideology, this anti-merit, anti-norm, anti-standard ideology, they wind up creating shit on purpose because they think creating something that doesn't conform to quote-unquote narrow standards of merit is a moral virtue. And when you prioritize morality over meritocracy, you get morality over meritocracy, which results in a very, very shitty product. Do you have anything else you want to say before I take my whack at it?
No, I think that was really what I had to say, so please go ahead.
Okay. Couple of things. Thing one, I am not going to allow you to use the word creative in the way you're currently using it. Because the way you're using the word creativity there is difference or inversion or subversion for its own sake. And while there can be creative aspects to trying something new and different, the thing about creativity is, well, the clue is in the name. Creativity creates things. The problem with using creativity to mean difference, inversion, or subversion for its own sake is, while there may be some cases where trying something different can genuinely create a new thing, one of the problems we've had in recent years for the last 13 or so is by conflating the concept of creativity with the concept of difference, inversion, or subversion for its own sake, you've actively created a class of alleged creatives who are better at destroying than they are creating. Because yes, while there may be a possibility to broaden what's possible by doing things differently every great now and again, if you're not doing things differently in a meritocratic way, you don't successfully create anything. What you instead do is destroy what has already been created. And that is part of the problem with the post social justice or post Frankfurt School definition of creativity. When creativity is thought to mean doing things differently on purpose for its own sake, that doesn't. Not only does it not always create something new, sometimes when you do the exact opposite of something that works, you wind up with something that does not work. So sometimes established patterns, established tropes, and established norms are that way for a goddamn reason. Not always, which is why I advocate for experimenting with norms as often as possible. But some things are good ideas. Some ideas are better than other ideas, and sometimes a trope has a long-standing history because it just makes sense. Because it just is what people expect to see and what people find makes sense within storytelling. And if you are interested in creating something else or adding to the world by doing something a bit different every now and then, that's perfectly commendable. But when you use the word creativity to mean difference for its own sake and never doing things the way other people have ever done them, that's not creative. Very often that's destruction that you're doing there. Also, like Brainstorm was alluding to earlier, different types of people doesn't necessarily mean different types of stories. Because for a lot of people, I hope and pray it is most of us, in fact, our identities don't inform any of the deeper qualities we have. To most people, the kinds of identity that you have by virtue of your demographic, i.e. the things that you are innately born with or that you don't really choose for yourself or isn't really a part of who you are in the internal sense, for most of us, those demographics are basically all but incidental. It makes very little sense to most of us for you to hyperfixate on your skin color in the same way as it would if someone was hyperfixating on their eye color or their hair color. Because for most of us, most of the people with actual merit to speak of, we have more interesting things going on inside our heads than our basic bitch demographic information. And I support the idea of letting the people with more interesting shit going on in their heads do creative things because they're actually capable of being creative. The people who are so bargain basement bitch simplistic as to only hyperfixate on their demographic information probably aren't the most creative people to begin with, especially not once they've been through art school, where, again, creativity is defined not as making something or not making something to last or not adding to the culture or whatever, but is instead difference, inversion, and subversion for their own sake and never kowtowing to any norm, even if those norms make sense or are there for a reason. Moving on.
Okay. Sexism, harassment, and toxicity have no place in our industry or our commitments. Yeah, no shit. That's just
But you seem to be implying there, my dear writer of this manifesto, that women can never sexually harass men, or that sexual harassment is a uniquely female problem, which is bullshit.
To be fair, look, I will admit, yes, it still goes on, and it's reprehensible that it's allowed on either side.
But it's not a collective sin, it's an individual one.
Yeah.
If anything.
Yeah, yeah. Moving on,
yeah.
Okay. Well-being is a fairness issue. The fuck is that? What?
what does well-being have to do with fairness at all, apart from places where being treated fairly helps your well-being? Like, those two, like, even outside of the fact that I'm opposed to this ideology, which I am, fairness and well-being have very little connective tissue connecting them. And again, you're conflating the concept with you're conflating the concept of enforced inorganic equality or neutrality with the concept of fairness. And again, in a meritocratic system, it is perfectly fair that the person who is better at the job, by virtue of succeeding at that job, gets better and more lavish treatment than the people who are not good at the job. It is perfectly fair for people who are bad at their job to get fired and people who are good at their job getting promoted. That is what fairness is in this system. You just, again, you're conflating the concept of fairness with the concept of equality. And while they are somewhat related in that equal treatment is good, you cannot expect a company or an IP or anything to treat people who are net drains on their workplace the same way they treat the top earners of said workplace. The fact that we have been spending about 13 years trying to subvert fairness by enforced inorganic top-down equality is a sign of this, because again, is there a single mass market pop cultural IP of the 20th or 21st centuries that is in a better off place now than it was 13 years ago, apart from the ones that are only owned by like one person or have a primary creative who is still in control of that IP? Like Jim Butcher's Dresden Files is actually better than it was 13 years ago because Jim is getting better as a writer. Hazbin Hotel is in a better place than it was 13 years ago because, well, Vivzy Pop was still workshopping it then. But in terms of like long-standing pop culture IPs that were born in and around the 20th and 21st centuries, like your Star Treks, like your superhero comics, etc. Most of those IPs that have been ideologically and institutionally co-opted and infected with identitarian intersectionality by way of Frankfurt School of Reconstructionalism, they're almost all worse off for the meddling thereof. Like, Scooby-Doo is in a worse place now because of Velma and Scoob than it was during even the Mystery Incorporated days. Doctor Who is in a worse place now than it was during the 11th and 12th Doctor's eras. Star Trek is in a worse place post Kelvin timeline and post STD than it was when TNG and Voyager and Enterprise were the most recent additions, and so on. And that's true of, again, just about every IP, every long-standing IP that is born of the 20th and 21st centuries. The 19th century ones are mostly fine because they're too much of a classic to be fucked up by a bad adaptation. But yeah, the ones that are native to the 20th and 21st centuries are fucked. Moving on. Brainstormer. I'm assuming he's about to dip out because technical difficulties. Or he just had to go to the bathroom or something. We shall see in a second. Brainstorm. Hello. Testing. Oh dear. We may be having some technical difficulties, folks, or he may have just been called away to do something. We shall see. Oh.
Sorry, I was getting my dinner.
I figured that was one of the options.
Well, what are the options?
Either you were having technical difficulties and were about to disappear again, or you had to go to the bathroom, or you got called away to do something, or food. And food won.
Kind of the last two, actually, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. But moving forward, as soon as your mouth is free to speak.
All right. Diversity drives sustainability, education, and mentorship. Unlock possibility and power.
No. Diversity with the capital D, which is different from diversity of thought and diversity of worldview and diversity of opinion. That's pluralism. Diversity with a capital D in the vein of your gender studies, your racial and sexual grievance studies, your Frankfurt School, your intersectionality. Diversity with a capital D does not drive sustainability at fucking all. Because, in addition to all the identitarian woo, which is useless and counterproductive anyway, much of that framework is an extension of the neo-Hegelian Frankfurt School framework, which involves deconstruction because of the idea that there is no intrinsic value to the qualities of things, and therefore that people fall in line and like IPs, not because of the qualities that those IPs have, but because of essentially cultural consensus. Because of all of that, diversity with a capital D, the intersectional diversity, ruins everything it touches. It ruins aesthetics by attacking beauty standards. It ruins world building by attacking things like in-universe logic and continuity. It ruins the relationship between an IP and its consumer base by spiting and moralizing and grandstanding over the quote-unquote toxic parts of fandom and framing as toxic giving a shit about things like in-universe logic and continuity over things like themes. And even outside the theoretical realm, like I've just been listing, you can pretty solidly prove, like I just did a minute ago, that basically every IP that has adopted the intersectional feminist worldview or the neo-Hegelian worldview or the post-Frankfurt School worldview is worse off. And again, to clarify and define my terms, I mean legacy IPs, intellectual properties meant for popular culture and mass consumption. Every legacy IP of the 20th and 21st centuries meant for mass consumption and popular culture is worse off now than it was 13 years ago. Provable examples. Marvel Comics is worse off now than it was before All New, All Different. Marvel, the MCU, the cinematic universe, is worse off now than it was before Falcon and the Winter Soldier, or She-Hulk, or Echo, or anything of that ilk. Star Wars is worse off now than it was before the Disney sequel trilogy, and before The Acolyte, and before Ahsoka. Scooby-Doo is worse off now than it was back in the Mystery Incorporated days. It's worse off because of things like Velma and Scoob. Star Trek is worse off now, post-Kelvin timeline, and in particular, post Star Trek Discovery, which is ironically named STD. You know, many such cases, etc. We could go through every single mass market pop culture legacy IP of the 20th and 21st century, and the only ones that are better off than they were 13 years ago are the ones too small to have been considered worthy of long marches through the institutions and ideological and institutional capture. But yeah, everything social justice or wokeness or Frankfurt School ideology or neo-Hegelianism touches, it turns to utter shit and makes everyone who once loved a thing hate that thing. So no, in no definition of sustainability, can you say that diversity with a capital intersectional D makes it better? In fact, you can make a sincere argument that one of the things that diversity with a capital D is great at is taking things that would have lasted for centuries and killing them in just over 13 years. Which, if you were destroying things that I didn't care about or that I thought actively needed to be destroyed, I might be impressed by. But given that you've spent the last 13 years unmaking everything that has made my life worth living, I'm rather not pleased with this development that you can undo decades or very nearly a century in some cases of work in the space of about 13 years. Moving on.
All right. The number 14, last one. Fairness benefits everyone.
Yes, it does, but fairness in this instance has fuck all to do with equality of outcome or equality in the intersectional sense. Fairness in this instance is the people who are good at their jobs being rewarded for those jobs regardless of their identity, and the people who are bad at those jobs being fired from those jobs and replaced with someone who does have merit regardless of their identity. This is the thing. You are trying to conflate fairness with equality, and in this instance, because these IPs are supposed to be artistically meritocratic, fairness and equality are at odds. In order to get equal outcomes or equal sentiments, you actively need to privilege those who do not deserve it and punish or stymie or gridlock those who would deserve elevation under other circumstances. And it makes everything it touches worse. Moving on.
Progress does not happen by accident. It happens when people come together with clarity, courage, and purpose, said Women in Games CEO Dr. Marie Claire Isserman.
Organic,
I say your name wrong, I'm sorry.
Yeah, organic progress does actually happen whether you like it or not. Organic progress is an emergent phenomenon. The only kind of progress that doesn't happen by accident or doesn't happen in spite of people's desires is the kind of progress you have to mandate and impose from the top down, or in this case, from the HR department down. That's the thing. No one is arguing against organic progress, because organic progress is usually, not always, but usually, the result of people seeing an idea, thinking that idea is cool and or good, and running with it for as long as that thing continues to bear fruit. Inorganic progress is an ideological presupposition that needs to be enforced from the top down and also ruins everything it touches because it thinks that by changing things, even things that work and even things that should be that way, that is by definition good, including changing things that by changing them you will make worse. And that's not true. That is a key part of Hegel's dialectical view of history, but Hegel's dialectical view of history is a series of never-ending false dichotomies and post hoc rationalizations that actually have nothing to do with the on-the-ground history and is fundamentally ahistorical. That's one of the reasons why everything it touches turns to shit, because it's based on a series of false assumptions and or active stupidity, and thus everything that proceeds under those premises will crash and burn like so many Hindenburgs. Moving on.
Oh, but hold on.
Yep. Sorry.
No, I took a bite of a burger as soon as you stopped talking. Like,
Unfortunate coincidences.
yeah, this is poor timing on my part. Okay. Women in Games Manifesto is a living commitment to rebalancing the scales and ensuring that women are not only part of the future of games, but are helping to design it.
The women who deserve to, I will welcome with open arms. The women who think that their vaginas give them special treatment and should can go fuck themselves. The women I want shaping gaming are exactly the same as the men who I want to be involved in shaping the future of gaming. Namely, the ones who are good at their fucking jobs and will actually add something meaningful to gaming by their presence there. The ones who want to ideologically and morally purify it can go fuck themselves. Moving on.
Yeah, I don't have any teeth anymore, so it takes a while to chew.
Mhm.
Okay. Oh. As the industry looks towards futures shaped by AI, virtual worlds, and the metaverse, who builds those systems matters. Fairness is not charity, it is strategy. When women thrive, the industry thrives. This manifesto is an invitation to the entire ecosystem to build a fair playing field together.
No, not all women thrive, or not all women make the industry thrive. But the women who make the industry thrive, again, are the same as the men who make the industry thrive. Namely, the people, regardless of their identities, demographics, or otherwise, who are good at their fucking jobs and create a meaningful addition to the culture. But you can't see anything as meaningful to the culture on a qualitative level because your assumption is that meaning is some arbitrarily enforced or arbitrarily concocted subjective construct with no bearing on actual definable qualities. And that's not true. So, in your world, the only kind of meaning that matters is a moral and ideological one because you only see moral and ideological meaning as in any way inherent. But it is not so. People who are qualitatively good at their jobs deserve to be rewarded, and people who are qualitatively shit at their jobs or actively subversive or actively destructive, depending on their ideology, can go fuck themselves, if you please.
Hmm.
Moving on.
Yeah. So next article, finally after an hour, or over an hour actually.
This is why we started early. We'll
To be
see
fair,
how
I think
much
we
we
could have
can actually get through before Brainstormer needs to tap out for sleep.
that, or we just run out of time because, well, Kind of need to save it for the rest of the weeks. So,
Mhm.
yeah, but Dylan sent this one. He sent a lot of shit actually. So,
Mhm.
this is from this is kind of a callback to our early days. This is from the MarySue.com. Those dude bros mad at Fleet Academy aren't actually Star Trek fans. Written by Rachel Leishman. Published January 20th, 2026.
One of the oldest members of our rogues gallery.
Do we have a Rose Gallery?
I mean, I remember referring to the Rewriting Ripley article as our white whale. So yeah, reoccurring guests on our show, especially when they're the ideologically stupid ones, are definitely in our rogues there.
Huh. I just realized their logo has Leela from Futurama.
Huh? They must have updated it recently. I don't think that was the way it was back in the
How
day.
long? It's been like what, 2 years since we've.
Yeah, we've been away. They've upgraded.
Huh.
But anyway,
What was it before?
into the nostalgic stupid we go.
For record, didn't know anything. To be fair, I'm not really a Star Trek guy. I mean, I actually recently kind of got into watching clips of Star Trek DS9, which I'm gonna be honest, I feel like is kind of my speed in terms of shows.
Yeah, I'm not surprised you like DS9, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm the most loyal, I think, to TNG.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. But I hadn't heard anything about Starfleet Academy. Like not even a trailer for it or anything. So it's like first time I'm hearing of it.
Well, long story short, it's not good.
What's the premise?
Well, it follows characters that are still in Starfleet Academy, hence the name.
Right.
But there's a feminine, pacifist Klingon who hates war, even though the Klingons are fucking a warrior race.
I mean, okay.
There's the usual character's race and sexuality are their only personality traits type shit.
Okay, so I want to point out the Klingon thing. I'm not opposed to.
You could do a pacifist Klingon if you really worked at it, but they didn't really work at it. They just made a character who was that and didn't. This is the thing. They didn't even really focus on the idea of this pacifist Klingon. They just sort of, as per usual, did it because subversive or because they don't like Star Trek as it was written, so they changed it so that it was something that they liked.
I think I've gotten even like the clips I was seeing of DS9. They kind of did expound on. Well, I know there's a lot of expansiveness on like various alien races, but
Mm-hmm.
the Klingon culture is actually really like very rich and
it is, especially post TNG.
Yeah. DS9, I think, because when they added Worf to the cast,
Mm-hmm.
Got to explore that more. Because on DS9 they had a Klingon restaurant, which I found very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't mind, because to be fair, even if you have a race that has a singular trait, there are going to be outliers.
Yeah. And if that was how they shaped the story or let the character develop on his own terms along those lines, I wouldn't be complaining. But they basically did the "How do you do, fellow kids" of Star Trek with Starfleet Academy by changing as much as they could about Star Trek, in spite of continuity and universe logic, to make Star Trek into something they would rather write for, which is a lame sort of rom-com sitcom instead of in any way like a sci-fi show. They did the usual thing where, and I realize we occasionally do this as well, but we do it when it makes organic sense or adds something meaningful to the story. But they did that usual thing where the characters, like ships, are the main point of the show instead of anything Star Trek related.
Yeah. I mean, even when they did character relationships in the old shows, they had a purpose, and they worked because of the chemistry, mind you. So
and the characters were three-dimensional enough that their relationships were interesting, but they turned. I just realized this, and it makes total sense. They turned Star Trek into Glee. Is basically what they did. It's Glee without the singing, but with all the prepubescent teenager fucking relationship drama and shit.
the bullshit. Anyway.
Yeah. Moving on.
Sorry, I just. Time and time again, we're confronted with fans, in air quotes, or if something we continue to miss the less. Okay, sorry. Let me read that again. Time and time again, we're confronted with fans of something who continue to miss the lessons within the media they're consuming. We've seen it with Star Wars or superhero stories, and it has become an increasing problem with Star Trek fans. Again, in air quotes.
Rachel, my darling, and also yes, it is nice to hear from you after all this time. But you guys, and by you guys I mean the people who subscribe to like intersectionalist neo-Hegelian ideologies, always do this thing where you assume that there is only one interpretation of a given IP or a given world or a given piece of work. And you assume that if there is a large percentage of people who take a different lesson from it than you do, that must make them stupid for not reading your mind and coming to the same conclusion as you. But no, it isn't unreasonable for fans who like things like Star Trek the original series, Star Trek the animated series, TNG, Star Trek Enterprise, or DS9, or even Voyager, to like all of those shows, but dislike everything after the Kelvin timeline, Discovery, Picard, and most recently, fucking Section 13 and Starfleet Academy. Because this is the thing. There is something fundamentally different between all the things that people pretty universally like and the things that have happened post-Kelvin timeline. And you don't see the difference because you can't tell the difference between classical liberal identity is bad, identity should not be a cause for judgment or a cause for demoralization, and the neo-Hegelian progressivism of identity is the most important thing about a character and should be their whole fucking personality. You see how those are two opposite things? Well, that's what you're doing. By conflating the left wing of the fucking 60s and 90s with the left wing of 2010s and 2020s, you are creating what's known in philosophy terms as a false equivalency. yes, both of these things were at the left of their respective paradigms, but they were not in the same position, and they were not equivalent to one another. There's a genuine worldview difference between one and the other. And you just can't see that because you think, oh, it's left, therefore it must be current year left and have everything in common with current year left and always did have, or something. Moving on.
Yeah, one sec. Alright. More recently, been like the critical drinker and nerdrotic, known for hating anything
Yes.
that seems to. Hello?
Sorry. My roommate wanted to check on me and see what I was doing, but he realized I was on the podcast and then vamoosed.
Okay, sorry. I thought you were.
Sorry.
Yeah, I thought you asked. I thought I wasn't coming in, and you were trying to, or I was muted or something.
No, you're good. I
right.
can still hear you and everything, but go ahead.
All right.
Actually, go back a little bit so that I can hear what you said while he was getting my attention.
Yes. Okay, hold on. All right. More recently, been like the critical drinker and nerdrotic, known for hating anything that seems to be left-leaning, has been dogging on the Paramount Plus slate of Trek shows. The issue with these right-wing figureheads talking about Trek is that they miss one important detail about Star Trek. It was never for them. Okay, Tom, before you do, I know you're the big Star Trek guy.
Yes. But go ahead.
Regarding the two examples of the guys who do basically are some of the loudest when they come to you complain about stuff. Okay, I'm not gonna say complaining because, but bring up grievances on shows like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think we made it very clear that, well, I don't think they really, from what I've watched them, I don't watch them a lot anymore. They don't never struck me as hating left leaning stuff, just poorly made stuff. Critical drinker for sure. Actually,
yeah, there might be some argument for that because they do tend to over criticize, like we saw with Gary bitching about Multiverse of Madness, or how everybody tried to assume that Agatha all along was going to be the next Acolyte, and then when it turned out not to be, rather than admit they were wrong, they just stopped talking about it altogether for the most part.
yeah, it's fair.
I'm willing to concede that the EFAP crowd and that Gary and so on tend to over egg things a bit. But one, it's not left wingness for left wingness sake, at least most of the time. It's a particular kind of left wing, and in many cases not even left wing. And again, like I said, you are assuming that the political framework of the 60s through the 90s, or even the 60s through the early 2000s, is the same ideological framework as your current year Antifa types. And it is not so. Yes, both of these existed on the leftmost side of the Overton window in their respective eras, but there's been quite a lot of shifts in that Overton window between the late 90s and early 2000s and the mid 2010s through the 2020s. And more importantly, not only has the Overton window drifted, but the ideological frameworks at play in that left versus the new left were very different. Star Trek was a anti-identitarian show for the most part. So much so that when Michelle Nichols, who played Uhura in the classic show, got in touch with Dr. Martin Luther King and told him that she was about to quit, he convinced her not to on the basis that it was that Star Trek was a good representation of his dream, of the famous "I have a dream" speech thing, namely that identity shouldn't matter, the content of someone's character or their skills or their merits should matter. Whereas now, the left, such as it is, frequently goes on intersectionalist neo-Hegelian identitarian tirades. Another difference between the left of the 60s and the left of the mid-2010s through 2020s is the old left was very much classically liberal and individualistic, whereas the new left is neo-Hegelian progressivism and very often collectivist identitarianism. Just because both of these things are on the lefternmost side of their Overton windows doesn't mean they're the same thing or even compatible with one another. That's why you can have American conservatives, which, given that America is itself founded on classically liberal individualistic values and the social contract concept and Enlightenment liberalism, you can still be an American conservative and be a classical liberal because the American zeitgeist in general was founded on the sort of Enlightenment classical liberalism of the time in which America was founded. The problem is that Enlightenment era classical liberalism is not at all compatible with neo-Hegelianism. And the current left is neo-Hegelian. It is a product of the Frankfurt School. It is the product of identitarianism, which is explicitly anti-individualist and anti-liberal. And it is the product of collectivism, which is, again, incredibly anti-classical liberal and anti-collective, anti-individualist. And that's why you have a bunch of people who are usually, and I will give them credit for this, usually the EFAP crowd are more on the libertarian side of the right wing instead of the moralist or family values side of the right wing. And as a result, classical liberals and classical libertarians get along with each other just fine. It's just that one leans a little bit to the left and one leans a little bit to the right. But neither classical libertarians nor classical liberals get along with Germanic or French, quote unquote, liberalism, exemplified by Rousseau and Hegel. Moving on.
From the start of Star Trek, way back when, 60 years ago to be exact, sorry, the series set out to do one thing: change the world, and that it did. It made history for its inclusivity, including being the first interracial kiss on television in Plato's Stepchildren. The kiss was between William Shatner's James T. Kirk and Nichelle Nichols' Lieutenant Uhura.
That wasn't modern day inclusivity. That was classical liberal non-identitarianism, i.e., a interracial kiss should be just fine because the color of someone's skin should not be considered a part of their internal life, their individual merits, skills, abilities, or character, to borrow Martin Luther King's phrasing. Again, you are conflating two things that not only are very, very different from one another, but are in most cases fundamentally opposed to one another. You are trying to frame a show making a stand against demographics as destiny and against skin color or any other demographic information as being a vector for judgment or criticism. And you are framing it as the same as modern day leftism, which is focused on raising identitarian consciousness and hyperfixating on essentially the sins of the father trope, the idea that certain demographics were oppressed and now have to be privileged in order to resolve that somehow, which is not the case, but never mind. Moving on.
But since men, these X personalities, think they are the authority on all things nerdy, the reality. Oh, that's nerdy with quotation marks, by the way. The reality is they just speak loudly and incorrectly about these franchises.
I will give you that the EFAP crowd are often wrong about their presuppositions. I will grant you that. But they are at least coming from a place where in-universe logic, in-universe characterization, and in-universe world building do matter. Unlike a lot of the modern-day art school brats who think that the only thing that matters is my socio-political morality and my themes. So hang the continuity, hang the characterization, hang the in-universe implication, and hang any sense of three-dimensionality, because the purpose of art is to be a political weapon. So while I also agree that EFAP gets it wrong some of the time, and many of the people that contribute to it also get shit wrong a lot of the time, their position is more valid than yours, because again, you're more focused on socio-political moralizing, weaponizing art, and themes than you are things like in-universe logic, three-dimensional characterization, or substantive world building, and that is a fuck up. Moving on.
You can use your mind to buy every Star Trek toy out there. God damn it, stop. Doesn't mean you understand what this series is saying to you. And now with the new series Star Trek Starfleet Academy, we've seen an uptick in their lack of understanding of what Gene Roddenberry sought out to do with Star Trek.
You appear to not be aware of what Gene Roddenberry set out to do. Because Gene Roddenberry was very much in the Gene Roddenberry was very much in the Martin Luther King school of identity should never matter when it's demographic information, because demographic information is the least relevant to a person's interior life, skills, abilities, merits, or character. What you've done is say, well, Gene Roddenberry was the furthest most to the left person of his day and age, and I am the most far left person of my day and age, and therefore we are the same. But it is not so, as I've demonstrated repeatedly here. Not only are you wrong, but very often Gene Roddenberry and Martin Luther King's variety of leftism is fundamentally incompatible and in a fundamentally different framework than yours. Moving on.
Okay. Next part here says you're a Republican / MAGA personality. Star Trek was never yours.
Nor was it yours, because again, just because you are the furthest left of today's day and age, and Gene Roddenberry was the furthest left of his day and age, doesn't mean that you're the same kind of leftist, or that your leftism is in any way compatible with his. Moving on.
I'm almost reminded of someone pointing out the fact that if anyone remembers the comedian George Carlton. No,
Carlin?
Carlin.
Carlin.
He wouldn't be on your
If you
side
mean the
or the
bald
other.
guy who vaguely looks like somebody's grandfather or great uncle, yeah, George Carlin.
Okay, yeah, I knew it was a car, in something.
Yeah, Carlin.
Just
George Carlin.
yeah. Yeah. He wasn't really on anyone's side. He was hypercritical about both extremes and stuff.
Hmm.
So
I
I just
have
kind of get.
yeah, I have disagreements with his takes some of the time, but yeah, whatever I may think of him, his opinions were his own and weren't attempting to be partisan. He didn't always succeed at not being partisan, but at least his beliefs were organically his own and not a biased drifter. Moving on.
But I was kind of thinking like something similar with Gene Roddenberry when it came to more the kind of modern uh, landscape of
Yeah,
things.
he would be horrified by the modern day activist class in the same way that Martin Luther King would be. Martin Luther King explicitly advocated against political violence, and again, his supposition was an anti-identitarian one. The idea that someone's identity does not have any bearing on their character, and so demographic identity should be ignored whenever possible. But these people have swung so far on the pendulum that they've gone from identity is worthless and doesn't make a difference to someone's character or qualities all the way to identity is the most important fucking thing. Moving on.
A lot of the conversation is about how Starfleet Academy isn't their Star Trek, well seen as Roddenberry held democratic and socialist ideals when he was alive. I'd hard pressed to find a Star Trek episode that even vaguely fit your ideas.
I can. There is an episode, I believe, called The Fountainhead, where a admiral within Star Trek essentially starts politically persecuting members of the cast for ideological conformity. That sounds a hell of a lot closer to decrying things like cancel culture and identity politics than it does encouraging them. But, that I'm able to ascertain these things because I actually can look at things from a non-explicitly politicized identity position. So, there's that. Since you wanted an example, or hell, there's another even more famous example. There is a case where Picard is captured by a Cardassian soldier, and he attempts to break him and brainwash him into saying there are a different number of lights than he can actually see by virtue of breaking his spirit. And Picard insists upon maintaining objective reality by saying that there are only 4 lights. And many cases of intersectionalist social justice frameworks tend to encourage people to believe in non-objective things or believe that objectivity is itself a ideological impurity because the subjective ideas that someone has should be prioritized over objective reality. So I'm sure I could come up with more, but there's 2 solid examples from TNG of Star Trek at least being closer to an EFAP position than it is to a social justice warrior and certainly Antifa position. Moving on.
Sorry. What I've come to realize is that there are men in this world who want to pretend like they're fans of this stuff when they get popcorn pedal black. They'll buy a spark doll. They understand the show itself, but the reality is that they just buy nerd things and make that their personality. That's fine. Be a collector, dude. Don't act like you franchises when they argue against everything you stand for.
They don't.
Wow.
They argue against things that you stand for a lot more than they argue against the populist MAGA position or right-wing libertarian position. You also are doing this thing where you can't acknowledge that there is a libertarian side to the right wing, and therefore conflate any criticism you get from the right wing as a moralistic criticism. And speaking as someone who is full stop against authoritarian moralism, no matter which side is doing it, that is farcical, because there are libertarians, both big and small L, on the right, who despise moralism every bit as much as the every bit as much as the 90s punk trope does. You just can't acknowledge that there is a non-authoritarian side to the right wing. Just like you can't acknowledge that there is an authoritarian side to your own left wing. Also, and again, Gene Roddenberry's leftism is very, very different from your leftism. Like, categorically different. Gene Roddenberry and Martin Luther King's position was identity doesn't matter. It should be ignored and be irrelevant to all meaningful conversations, compared to your position, which very often boils down to we should hyperfixate on our identities and in fact raise consciousness about it because we were oppressed in the past and therefore we deserve the gifts now in retribution for that. Those are diametrically opposed positions, my love. Moving on.
It got so bad that Stephen Miller, yes, that one, decided to mock it. He also thinks William Shatner should take over as showrunner for some reason. Shatner even mocked him. But what I think is hilarious is that accounts like in are posting about Star Trek. Yes, you read that right. They want to put an end to wokeness, the wokeness agenda on shows like Star Trek. I wish I was making this up.
Wokeness has nothing to do with Gene Roddenberry's definition of Star Trek. Again, Gene Roddenberry's definition of Star Trek fits neatly within the classical liberal or classical libertarian position of identity does not matter, demographics are unimportant, and what should matter primarily is the individual. Whereas wokeness is a usually collectivist effort to hyperfixate on vectors of oppression or oppressor qualities so as to line everything up with the neo-Hegelian thesis-antithesis dichotomy. And no, that has nothing to do with Star Trek. That is a foreign import to Star Trek, because again, you're refusing to register the difference between the left-wing zeitgeist of the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s and the left-wing zeitgeist of the 2010s and 2020s. You are not the same as Gene Roddenberry. Gene Roddenberry would and did hate you. This is why Malcolm X had a falling out with Martin Luther King, because he wanted a peaceful, reformist solution to the problems of race during the Jim Crow era, and Malcolm X, and I'm oversimplifying here for the sake of, not spending 20 minutes parsing out Malcolm X's position. Malcolm X wanted the have a chip on your shoulder, get violent retribution for those that oppress you position. And that your position is much closer to a Malcolm X than it is to a Martin Luther King. Moving on. I'm assuming he went to take care of his plate.
Hello?
Hello? Are you back?
Hello.
Hello?
Okay. Oh, I was here.
That's weird. But go ahead. Keep reading.
Okay. I thought. Alright, tell me you've never actually watched Star Trek without telling me, as the next part of this article.
Tell me you've never
I've come
watched
from
it
a
without
family-
telling me.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Hello? Is your computer fucking
Sorry.
up?
You're like, I don't know if that was just fucking up, or you're just doing that weird thing where, like, you're cutting yourself, and it just sounds like the mic's cutting you off.
No, I should be fine. Is this better? Testing.
Yeah, you're fine.
Testing.
No, I'm talking like when you stop yourself, like, abruptly, and it just sounds like you're... Okay, yeah, I hear you. I'm just...
Okay, I think that might have been on your end. But anyway, go ahead.
I come from a family of Trek lovers, myself included. To me, Christmas doesn't start until Leonard Nimoy say, shuttlecraft to Enterprise, Spock here. Happy holidays, live long and prosper. From my brother's Star Trek Christmas tree. It has been a part of my life for as long as I can remember, which is probably why the whales, Gracie and George, are my favorites.
You may have been aware of Star Trek for a long time, but if you're capable of conflating the left wing of the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s with the left wing of the 2010s and 2020s, you haven't been paying attention, or more likely, you're ideologically engaging in revisionist definition bullshit. But as I have alluded to multiple times, your leftism is not compatible with the leftism of people like Gene Roddenberry or Martin Luther King. It is far more compatible with somebody like the Black Panther Party or Malcolm X. The idea that your identity is in fact so important that it should be a guiding axis of your morality and politics, and that you should do everything you can to make other people also hyperfixate on their identity, which is false. I will continue to rep the Martin Luther King, Gene Roddenberry position of interracial kisses shouldn't be valuable because they're subversive. They should be valuable because caring about someone's race should not prevent, or caring about someone's race is a stupid idea that should not be focused on. And therefore, it should be entirely okay for interracial kisses to happen, just like it's okay for inter-hair color kisses to happen. My ideal future is one in which we stop discriminating at all between races. Your ideal future is one in which the poles have flipped and the oppressor has become the oppressed and vice versa. And no, I'm sorry, but that's not at all what Star Trek is. Moving on.
Right. And my point is that I know Trek, so whenever I see these talking heads berating the franchise, I know they don't actually care about Roddenberry's vision or what the show represents. You don't either. That's very evident.
Yeah. Even if they didn't, though, let's just say they didn't for whatever reason. Caring about what the author wants is not the same as caring about the IP. Because I have discovered this in recent years. Sometimes the best parts of a story kind of happen by accident, not by intention. Because very often, the stories that people write have more layers in them than even the people who write them are aware of. Looking at you, Neil Gaiman, looking at you, Todd Phillips. Yeah, like even if they weren't being loyal to Gene Roddenberry's vision, which they are, they're much closer to Roddenberry's vision than yours, than your vision of his vision is. But even if that were the case, the author should not be the end all and be all authority of the thing. The product or the object or the art in and of itself should be the primary authority on the thing. And while I have my disagreements with the EFAP crowd every now and again, and I do think they've taken one too many hits with the snake, to quote Aladdin. They've been on the front lines of the culture war for so long, they overdiagnose the problem and over hyperfixate on what they think the problem is, even when the problem isn't there. But their position is at least based in the world building, the three-dimensionality, the complexity of character building is important to Star Trek, and not just what we assume the themes to be, or what we assume the morality is, or how we can use it as a political weapon, which your position seems to be more in line with the let's use this as a political weapon rather than treating it like a thing that has value for its own sake. Moving on. Unless you had anything else you wanted to say.
All this to say that Starfleet Academy is what I've always loved about Star Trek. It's like a warm hug and is fun, adventurous, and exactly the kind of world that Roddenberry dreamt of 6 years ago.
No, it isn't. The writing is shit. The characters are flat. There are no interesting philosophical conundrums. It is in fact
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna bring up because like I said, I was watching clips of DS9, and I was one of my favorite characters. Well, I have two. I can't really put one above the other, but my favorite two of my favorite characters in that show are Quark, the Ferengi bartender, and Elam Garak of Cardassia. I feel like you're not surprised by that.
I'm not particularly surprised, no.
Yeah. Well, there's just to kind of play to show the difference. I'm going to assume you've watched Starfleet Academy out of spite or something.
I have. I've kept an eye on it, much as I kept an eye on Star Trek Discovery, because oh dear, the garbage fires.
Right. Okay. Well, let me list off things about Quark and Garak that make them interesting characters and why I've gravitated towards them. Quark, as a Ferengi whose entire species revolve around making profit and their whole culture, whole society is built around being effectively the galaxy's greatest salesman.
And Kapistan in space is the Ferengi. pretty much.
But making a profit and working on that, it is entrenched actually. Even like their religion revolves around that. Like I believe it's called the Great Treasury. Like is there afterlife?
Ferengi's view of heaven, all the money. Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
But it's fairly efficient in terms of their culture. Anyway, back to Quark, who, while he's a moderate, well, is a fairly decent Ferengi by the standards of his culture, he prefers to be a bartender because, well, he even explains it. He's a people person. And he has a cousin who is an arms dealer, but his talents of being like a people person talking would be wasted in that fact because, well, arms deals aren't really about being personable or anything like that. But he's, weirdly enough, he is also someone who has a moral compass, even though he tries to act like he doesn't.
Yeah,
Yes.
correct me if I'm wrong. There are times where he finds that the Federation is rubbing off on him, and he's not sure how to deal with it, because even though in some ways it makes his life better, he recognizes that it also kind of drives a wedge between him and the other Ferengi, makes him a worse Ferengi by Ferengi standards.
Yes, but actually, there's a whole conversation him and Garrick have regarding that, where they discuss the idea of the Federation like root beer. Two aliens discussing drink.
I've
so
seen
it's
the
really
root beer. Yeah, the root beer scene is, and again, you can write that when you're good at writing characters and when you can introduce philosophical conundrums that aren't just beating the viewer over the head with "this is the one true politics and morality."
Sorry, was also another thing I dug about Quark. He's actually very philosophical.
Yeah, he's a good bartender.
Yeah, it really is. Funny as hell too. I just he's a funny guy. And then Garrick, he's an ex basically like more or less CIA agent for his people, the Obsidian Order.
Mm-hmm.
Well, ex possibly it's a whole thing.
Yeah. But even then, the fact that we can say it's a whole thing because there are complexities and layers and things, that alone puts DS9 orders of magnitude above things like Starfleet Academy, because like I mentioned to Brainstormer earlier, they kind of turned a Star Trek show into a Glee-style teenage sitcom, and they're not even good at making one of those.
Yeah. Moving on.
No, go ahead.
All right. Where was
I? Tell me you've never watched Star Trek without telling me the start of the section, I think.
Right, I was towards the end of it. These people, despite all their parading around as experts on nerddom, don't actually know what they're talking about. They'll attack and lash out and demand you prove yourself, but in reality, those of us who actually love and enjoy these franchises know we know a lot more than some grifters online.
You haven't demonstrated any of that knowledge. And again, I agree with you. There are times where the EFAP crew get a little bit too hard in their own sauce and do overlook very obvious shit. Hell, Brainstormer and I did almost 5 hours of a video response to Gary from Nerdrotic's review of Multiverse of Madness, where we sat there and basically listed all of the things it would have taken a person who was actually interested in watching the movie and paying attention 5 seconds to notice, and or things that you would know or notice if you were a fan of the Doctor Strange comics. So I agree with you. There are times where EFAP get a little too big for their britches and demonstrate that they don't know or pay attention nearly as much as they should for the sake of giving this an organically good review, or not even good review, just a thorough and valid review. That's one of the reasons why I like the Little Platoon the most out of a lot of them, because even if I disagree with him, or even if I have nitpicks about things he missed or things he didn't pay attention to, I at least know that he is thoroughly engaging with the material and trying to be objective about it, or at least trying to be analytical about it, which is not something I can always say for your Maulers and your Garys and your Geeks and Gamers. But you also are more concerned with seeing Star Trek through your ideological lens than actually paying attention to it or its origins, as I have thoroughly demonstrated. You want so desperately to be able to steal the valor of Star Trek when it was good, to say that Star Trek, now that it's basically under the ideological rubric of you and yours, are the same, and they're not. Star Trek Strange New Worlds is not as good as even the original series. Star Trek Discovery is nowhere near any of the Star Treks that came before it. Section 13 is a complete clusterfuck, and so on the list goes. Go ahead. Or was that the end?
No, that's it.
Wait, she didn't even back up her position with any fucking evidence. The idea that Gary and like the EFAP crowd don't know what they're talking about vis-a-vis Star Trek. I was hoping she would go into a list of examples of things they got wrong. That would be the organic way of proving that they were mistaken. She said they don't know she said they don't know anything and they get shit wrong, but then she didn't go ahead and make a list of like things they got wrong. Like that's what we did when we were critiquing Gary's review of Multiverse of Madness. I sat there for 2.5 hours, either doing the 2 seconds of thinking he should have done by actually meaningfully engaging with the movie, or pointing out that his understanding of the Doctor Strange franchise is fucked because he doesn't know the comics, despite the fact that he was criticizing Jack Schaefer for not understanding the comics, which is a valid criticism, but it also applied to Gary. Like that's what we did when we critique stuff. We go through it and provide counter arguments, counter examples, or just a list of things they categorically got wrong and explaining how they got it wrong. That is some low and scummy fucking criticism, my dear. To say that your opponent doesn't know anything, but then not to provide any examples of what they got wrong. That's not even a valid argument. That is assertion without any supporting logic or supporting evidence whatsoever. Moving on.
Alright, so I'm gonna be honest with you, man. The other 2 articles we would have covered, I think we should save those.
Okay.
You want to move to the Henry Cavill stuff, just so we can get a little more upbeat before we dive into more kind of crap.
Okay.
Let's be honest, I do not want to be. We have two articles of stupid, and I really don't want to do stupid. Like, just keep doing stupid till we burn ourselves out on the happiness.
Fair enough. Proceed with the Cavill.
He's always one. Right? He's always one.
I mean, in the cases where he manages not to be a win, it's not his fault. It's because he's following orders of directors who don't know better. He always tries to be a win, at least.
Yeah. So I actually came across this. Henry Cavill Voltron movie moves forward with toy launch. This is written by Matt McGloin, published February 4th, 2026.
I'm curious who he's going to play in Voltron. I don't know as much about Voltron as I
I'm
probably realistically should.
I'm it's limited to really like the two Western shows that came out regarding it,
Mm,
which was Voltron Force, which I know isn't really liked much, and Voltron Legendary Defender, which it's that whole mixed bag there.
mm.
It's the first update we've heard about Henry Cavill's Voltron movie in a while. This is the first time I've heard it, to be fully fair. I wasn't aware he was making this. I knew about the Highlander movie, but not this.
Yeah, I knew about Highlander, but I didn't know about this. That is also true for me.
Yeah, ever since reports claimed the film would skip theaters and head straight to streaming. Oh, that's kind of sad.
I mean, for whatever reason, Hollywood hates Henry Cavill. I shouldn't be surprised.
Okay.
Dude just cannot catch a break, unfortunately.
Yeah. But now there's finally a new development. Hasbro has announced a licensing deal with Amazon MGM Studios to launch a full toy line based on the upcoming live-action Voltron film. That could actually suggest the film will now get a theatrical release.
I mean, I hope so, because Henry could really, really use a win every now and then.
Yeah.
But
Hasbro teams with Amazon MGM Studios. The announcement confirms Hasbro will create a wide range of merchandise, including action figures, role-play items, and collectibles inspired by the movie's take on the iconic 1980s anime property. All right. I'm just curious who they'll get to direct this.
I'm curious who Henry's playing.
Yeah, that's a good question. I almost want to. I want to assume that he'll play Keith or Sven. No, not Sven. Keith, who would be the leader of the Black Lion, who technically would be like the main character, I suppose.
I think Henry could definitely do good with that. The question is, will they let him play a main character role like that anymore? Also, which streaming services is this supposed to be for? Did you say it and I missed it? They just not say.
They're teaming up. They're teaming up with Amazon MGM Studios. So
Okay, so it's Amazon, which I guess also bodes well for the Amazon Warhammer show having Henry in it. If Amazon has decided they want to keep using Henry, then that bodes well for the 40K show.
okay, so I looked up the so they do have a director, which is Rawson Marshall Thurber.
That name does not ring bells, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't know him. It just means I've forgotten who he is.
Movies: Red Notice, Central Intelligence, We're the Millers.
A lot of comedy in the mix there. Are they doing like a parody of Voltron, you think?
I doubt it. Oh, Skyscraper.
I mean, they're all good comedies. It's just that I wouldn't. If you asked me to give you a short list of people who could do Voltron, I wouldn't have. I
Well,
wouldn't have thought
okay.
maybe
Well, look at
Voltron.
like the more recent. Can you shut the more recent stuff like Skyscraper, Red Notice, Central Intelligence? That has a lot more action in it. So
Yeah, I mean the obvious go to I think for both of us would be Del Toro, but
well, that's
if it
just
was Del Toro, if it was Del Toro's Voltron, they would have done it on Netflix because Netflix likes working for Guillermo and vice versa. And I'm not sure Henry would be willing to work with Netflix again after the way they shafted him in The Witcher.
yeah. Um, I don't know if I. To be fair, your pick is usually Del Toro for anything. I I'm not too sure who I'd pick for Voltron. I honestly kind of want to say because I think his style works a lot for this one. Um, Robert Rodriguez, and because I do think he kind of
I mean,
needs like
he would also be good. I was just thinking, the guy who gave us Pacific Rim, uh, giving us Voltron would be fucking amazing.
I know. I'm just saying like given how the story and world of Voltron works, I honestly
Yeah,
think
no, Robert Rodriguez would probably be my second choice if Del Toro said no. So yeah, I agree.
yeah. Anyway, according to Hasbro, this collaboration allows them to extend their legacy of reviving classic brands into new generations. Okay, well, where the fuck are Power Rangers, you assholes?
Yeah, there's still not been a sequel to the Power/Rangers movie, is there?
Shit,
Or,
shut the fuck up. For one thing, that's wrong one. You're thinking of a
the
2017 one, different one.
Yeah, the 2017 one, the one that was also kind of an AirSats Breakfast Club for some reason.
I think, I honestly, I'm not getting into it. Fuck it, I'm not getting into it. Voltron's long and rich history strategically aligns with our portfolio of iconic 80s brands, said Ted Kiplin, uh, president of Toy Licensing and Entertainment at Hasbro. Our collaboration with Amazon MG Studios will further strengthen the franchise longevity and unlock new opportunities to engage both longtime fans and new fans and new audiences alike.
I mean, if Henry really is the master of the Black Lion there, I am definitely interested. I don't know I don't know much about the guy who's directing. I mean,
Ross,
I yeah, I did like most of the movies that Brainstorm were listed out. I'm still questioning the tone a bit, but we'll see.
okay, live action Voltron is being directed by Ross and Marshall Thurber, Red Notice, and also who also co-wrote the story play with Ellen Shanman. I'm looking her up right now. Um, hmm, not too much. She wrote 2 episodes for a series called The In-Betweens of Holly Malone. Uh, huh, Pinky Dinky Doo and Sports Tips with Chip. Huh.
Hmm.
Whenever the first thing comes out, we'll take a look at it. Obviously,
Hmm. If for no other reason than
uh,
to support Henry.
yeah. Features a stacked cast, including Henry Cavill, joined by Sterling K. Brown. Oh, Alba Baptista, and Rita Ora, and more.
Okay, I maintain skeptical but interested is the position that I find myself in.
Behind the scenes, the project is being produced by Todd Lieberman via Hidden Pictures, Bob Coppola, Randall Taylor Hoberman via Hobie Films. Release info: Voltron has no release date. Again, it's still unclear if the film will go straight to Prime Video or get a theatrical release. I would hope theatrical release because it's Voltron. Kind of.
Amazon seems more willing to play with theaters than the other streaming services tend to be. So it is very much still up in the air as to whether or not we're getting a theatrical release. I really want it to, just so that Henry can have a win, because god damn it, that man, he he does so much good work for fandom, and Hollywood repays him by constantly kicking him in the nuts, metaphorically speaking.
All right, moving on then.
Yeah.
So I'm just getting things.
You're gonna hate me in a second.
Talking to me or
No, yeah, I was in fact talking to you. You're gonna hate me in a second. I don't want to ruin the surprise. 'Cause I
no, I'm
just re-
terrified.
I just realized something, and it will make you groan as soon as I get around to it. But we will
Okay,
see.
go ahead, hit me.
No, you introduce the article first, and then I'll do it. Something
Well,
related to the article.
uh, I'm reading an article while I'm showing people first a couple images of 40 years later, Henry Cavill is the perfect choice to reboot Highlander. It's from in.com.
Okay, now I will get to the thing for which you're gonna hate me as soon as I do it. Henry is working on the Voltron thing and this at the same time, despite the fact that there can only be one. But dum bum bum tish.
Why would I hate you for that?
Oh, you've never seen Highlander. I forgot.
No, I have. No, I have. I'm just. Why do you think I'd hate you for it?
Because I know how much you dislike my puns.
That's not a pun. That's a reference. It's different.
Are you intentionally being overly stoic just to ruin my fun? I,
No, I'm
I,
just.
I was I was honestly expecting you to be more disappointed in me for that.
No, I'm. It's a, no, it's not a pun. It's a reference. Those are two totally different things. Um. So I do want to preface this that it was a few years before I'd seen. I didn't grow up watching Highlander or anything. Um. So I'm not I'm aware of stuff, and I am looking more into the I'm kind of catching up now with all this.
Mhm.
Um, interesting film. Well, interesting series. I know people aren't big on some of the sequel movies, and people really like the TV series that came out. In
Highlander 2.
I'm I don't know about that one. I've seen the first one. I haven't seen like anything else really of it.
Mm.
But yeah,
I'm
these are the first.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say these are the first couple images of Henry Cavill of the Highlander reboot, which look to be in. That they're not like behind the scenes or anything. These look like actual like stills, and they look really good.
Mm.
Like the lighting, the
Yeah,
like. I'm sorry. I know I always bring that up when we talk about this stuff, but it just feels like a lost art a lot of the times.
it does. It seems like Hollywood has forgotten how color and lighting work entirely.
I think I brought this up when we were first talking about it, like when it first came to our attention. But it is being worked on by Chad Stahelski as well. Like I believe he is director.
Of John Wick, and he knows how to do color in an action movie. So I guess we shouldn't be surprised, but good for him for once more reminding Hollywood that, hey, just because something is grounded or street level doesn't mean it has to be colorless and abortive stylization, goddammit.
Yeah. 40 years later, Henry Cavill is the perfect choice to reboot Highlander. There can only be one, or maybe more, subheader. It's written by Ryan Britt, published January 28th, 2026. Um, Connor McLeod is on holy ground. After years of speculation about a possible Highlander reboot, the immortal swordsman is finally back, and in the form of none other than Henry Cavill. The new Highlander movie is directed by John Wick creator Chad Stahelski and acts as a comeback for a franchise that hasn't had a new entry since 2008. Really?
Mhm.
I didn't know that. I thought it would have been like late 90s or something.
It does surprise me how long it did last before they decided to reboot it. Though I'm sure the majority of Highlander fans were probably wishing they had stopped at one because of the clusterfuck that was Highlander 2.
Right? Um, all right. The series began with the 1986 movie Highlander, starring Christopher Lambert as Connor McLeod, a Scotsman who cannot perish unless his head is cut off. And 40 years ago, the cult classic launched a strange, uneven franchise with a constantly contradictory canon, a fascinating fantasy world, and a romance sweeping through several centuries.
Yeah, the constantly contradicting their own world building thing is a big freaking problem with the Highlander. I'm hoping this movie sticks mostly to the first one, and for the love of all that is holy, and for the love that all of all that is holy, don't reference the alien shit from Highlander 2.
I've heard people really like the Highlander series as well.
Mm.
So, because that kind of expanded the lore a little more interesting.
Mm.
Um, it's related to Henry Cavill's thing, but anyway, Cavill's take on McLeod is clearly honoring first film on his Instagram account. Cavill shared two photos of himself in character alongside the words, "Happy first look for Highlander. This has been quite the journey for me, which I'll tell you all about when the time is right, but it's a special moment to be able to share this. I hope you enjoy."
Henry is always a class act. If Hollywood could learn anything from him, his ability to actually earnestly engage with the fans in a positive way would be what I would like
Right.
for them to learn.
Um, it appears that Connor is treading on holy ground in both scenes, perhaps in a temple in the first shot and a church in the second. In Highlander lore, immortals can't do battle on holy ground, which makes it a safe space when things get a little too rough. And yes, the series has explored the concept of immortals who never leave holy ground. It doesn't turn out well.
Yeah, the whole they can't tread on holy ground thing is one of the reasons why the ancient alien bullshit made absolutely no sense.
Um, Someone actually brought up again. I learned this when I was watching like a couple videos on Highlander because I wanted to get some information on them. The thing I kind of found interesting was they referenced two immortals fighting in it's not a church. What would the a temple uh, in Pompeii, which caused its downfall,
Uh,
which is super interesting to me.
yeah, that's a cool concept.
Yeah. Though neither shot outright recreates a scene from Russell McKay's original film. The vibe suggests that Cavill is channeling Lambert's unique performance. The shot of Cavill in the trench coat recalls Lambert's outfit, combined with a sort of disheveled, world-weary look. Second shot seems to suggest that Connor will again fight with a katana, at least in the present day. In the original film, uh, Connor is given a katana by his mentor Ramirez, Sean Connery, who Russell Crowe will now play. Oh,
That's gonna
I
be
didn't know.
fun.
Oh yeah, this is fucking great cast.
Henry Cavill and Russell Crowe playing off of each other. That's some good
Well,
shit.
uh, Dave Bautista is playing the Kurgan.
Okay. My excitement went from victory to I need to watch this now in the
I
space
cannot
of
wait.
those.
So honestly, this is going to be one where we are actually going to review it. Like, not just say we're going to review it, watch it, talk about it, and then forget to review it.
Mm-hmm.
We're definitely talking about it on the show, and we're obviously going to be watching the trailers for this because how can we not?
It's just so many good things aligning at once, and
I am.
apparently there can be more than one. But Tish.
Mhm. As Cavill's Instagram post makes clear, there's not much more to be said about Highlander yet. We don't yet know the release date, but filming began in Scotland this January. Oh, okay. So
They actually shot on location in Scotland. Awesome.
yeah, it's conceivable that Connor could be swinging his sword in theaters by next year, but for now, Highlander fans just have to be patient and try not to lose their heads.
As someone who also dabbles in the dark art of pun, I approve of that last joke.
All right, you know what? Because I do want to talk about these these two articles before we get to like videos. Just give me a
Mm-hmm.
second. This those Empire articles you sent me.
Yeah.
But no, that was yeah, dude. I'm excited.
Mm-hmm.
While I don't have the biggest connection to Highlander as I have for like other like kind of 80s or 90s properties,
Mm-hmm.
it's pretty good series. Relatively, obviously. Like I know some of it's a bit flawed, but
Yeah. Although this version, based on everything we've seen, does not sound like one of them.
I
It
know. But
it it sounds like something I'm going to enjoy quite a bit.
I am curious if they're going to maybe get like a cover of the Highlander theme, or they're just going to use the original.
That is a good question. Or will they try to reinvent it and kind of make their own?
I
Given
wouldn't be.
Henry's fan loyalty, I doubt that. But
I mean, I wouldn't mind a mixture of something new slash like a cover.
mm, there are ways to do it and improve it that they could do. But we shall see, and I am looking forward now.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, Dylan sent me these, and I'll do this first one because I believe this was in the order you sent me. This is from EmpireOnline.com, written by Ben Travis, published 6th of February 2026. Skeletor is the embodiment of toxic masculinity in Masters of the Universe, says Travis Knight.
I'm gonna wager that they're misquoting him, or that the reviewer asked very leading questions, because I have more faith in Travis Knight than
Well, I think it also depends on what he.
means by that.
Yeah, because the term itself does have a meaning. I think some people often misconstrue it or use it improperly, which happens with a lot of words and phrases. So,
I mean, I would have been I would have been more pleased if he just not used that phrase at all, because it is such an ideologically charged buzzword. But I have faith that either the interviewer led him to use that word, or they're misquoting him, would be my guess. Because Travis Knight is not, as far as I know, an ideologue.
alright, the moment he hit toy shelves, Skeletor proved an instant classic villain, just as He-Man is a cartoonist extreme of heroism. Look at those massive muscles. Yeah, fair. His nemesis,
I
Skeletor.
I have many times, believe me.
Honestly, the only way I know He-Man is from Robot Chicken sketches. So,
I feel so bad for you that you missed out on the 2002 version.
oh no, I watched that on YouTube when they were putting up the episodes like years ago.
Mm.
It's not bad. I remember the He-Man Robot Chicken sketches because they're funny as hell, and just
Robot Chicken was your childhood, I know.
yeah. Uh, his nemesis Skeletor is a cartoonishly extreme of evil. A cackling skull in a big purple hood. Enough said. And in his Masters of the Universe movie, director Travis Knight is playing it straight. His Skeletor is a faithful recreation of the original character, right down to the eye sockets. Yeah, no, I mean, it honestly looked really good when we saw it in the trailer.
Yeah, I mean that is good. I would prefer if they took a little bit more inspiration from the 2002 version that played He-Man a little bit more straight and more nuanced. But I mean, I
Well,
understand that the 80s version did come first, and that a lot of Gen Xers grew up with it. So I understand I didn't get a vote, but I think playing it as a more serious movie would work better, maybe a little bit.
I mean, it looked like it was being played straight when we watched the teaser. So
Yeah, it doesn't look bad. So I'm not disparaging the Travis Knight movie, especially because, again, Travis Knight I have a lot of faith in.
moving on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Skeletor was a really interesting villain. Knight tells Empire of the original cartoon incarnation. He looked cool. He was scary. He was funny. He was insecure, and then of course he had this distinctive voice. All of which offered plenty for Jared Leto to work from as the performer anchoring the role in Knight's Masters of the Universe. I wanted someone to craft their own version of that. Director explains Jared approached us because he loves Skeletor and has his own history with the character. He wanted to swing for the fences, and ultimately we landed on something that I'm really happy with. Skeletor is kind of the embodiment of toxic masculinity.
Yeah, I'm betting that the interviewer forced his hand there.
It wasn't always going to be this way. A Masters of the Universe reboot has been in the running for years, and previous iterations of the screenplay had Skeletor's visage as a golden skull mask. I said, fuck that shit. Skeletor has a skull face. Knight declares, that's just the way it is. It's a living, talking, emoting skull, and that's that. Don't mess with perfection.
I mean, based that is a fandom response. That is not a art school response, and good for him. And yes, I agree that would suck balls if they chickened out and made his skull a
That's
mask or something.
Wait, that's it.
Yeah, I have faith in Travis Knight, so I will definitely be attributing that to some kind of malicious series of questions by the interviewer there. Travis Knight doesn't strike me as the kind of person who unironically uses the phrase toxic masculinity.
Okay, or are these just previews for the articles?
It may well be. I could have sworn that article was longer when I sent it to you.
Hi, Spy Techo 6. Sorry you're not liking our live stream, but we're not gonna shut it down just because you're not liking it.
Is someone being salty in the comments?
Apparently so. Huh. Okay, well, we're going to continue.
Yeah, no. Sorry, but your trolling shall avail you not. We will continue to do as we have begun. And you are welcome to stay here and hate watch if you like, but you can also fuck off if you like.
Alright. Again, this is another Empire article. It's gonna be kind of brief, so I apologize for that. Again by Ben Travis, post 5th. Okay, so I should have done that first. My bad. Should have looked at the dates. Masters of the Universe embrace the inherent silliness of the cartoons. Its virtue.
I'm of two minds on this.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same. I guess we're just. Let me take a wild guess on kind of our stance here. We don't mind it, but being us, we kind of prefer it to be taken kind of seriously. Right?
And you can still have humor in a serious version.
Yeah.
Again, look at the 2002 version. But the problem with silliness is if you're not sincere about it, if you're disingenuous, dismissive, and snarky about it, you wind up more along the lines of Velma than you do something like Thor Ragnarok. Mind you, this is Travis Knight at the helm, and I have a lot of faith in Travis Knight being able to be both like self-aware and like leaning into the cheesiness while also being sincere. That being said, my preferred delivery mechanism for He-Man will always be the 2002 show that played it more like a Conan the Barbarian style sword and sorcery show than the 80s version, which was very, 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 it was in the same way as when it comes to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. When you mention TMNT to me, my brain defaults to the 2003 show, not the 80s show. I think that unlike a lot of modern versions of these shows that ruin everything they touch, there was a time in the late 90s and early 2000s where 80s properties were reinvented in a way that actually helped the IP and made them better.
Right. When I think of TMNT, I think of the '90s movies. Well, like the first couple, I believe. Like it's a weird. I'm in a weird kind of sense here with like things. So anyway, shall we continue?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Master Universe always had a sense of playfulness, literally, before it was anything else. It was a toy range. Mattel's original creation proving an instant hit with kids as it flew off the shelves. A colorful cartoon series swiftly followed, unfolding an expansive canon of tales in which He-Man and his nemesis Skeletor clashed across the land of Eternia with all kinds of imaginative allies on each side. Nods out to Travis Knight, the Laika legend behind Kubo and the Two Strings, made his live-action debut with 2018's Bumblebee. That was
Again,
that was 8 years ago, by the way.
oh God, we're old.
Speak for yourself. I'm young at heart.
No, you're not. You've been resting at about the internal age of 30 since you were in single digits.
To turn plastic into blockbuster reality with this summer's Masters of the Universe movie. Power swords up, people. For Knight, it was clear that his Master of the Universe needed to lean into the world's toys turned cartoon origins. There's an inherent silliness to it, which we are acknowledging and embracing, he tells Empire. I think it's a virtue, actually, and it's woven into the script to help some of these things make sense to a modern audience. Like, why would that character have that stupid name? Well, over the course of the movie, we'll show you why. That means an accurately green-furred battle cat, a faithfully skull-faced Skeletor, played by Jared Leto, Man-at-Arms, Idris Elba, which, hey, I'm cool with that one, honestly.
Idris Elba as Mana. My only worry there is I think Jared Leto is going to get upstaged if he's playing opposite Idris Elba.
Donning that chunky helmet and Evil Lynn, played by Alison Brie, with her purple headdress and cosmic orb.
And again, you don't necessarily have to make it a comedy for this to work, but I think that Travis Knight is coming at it from a fandom place and a sincere place, not I find this inherently absurd and I'm gonna mock it place. Like a lot of modern reboots do. That being said, I hope it's not just the 80s version they're paying off. I hope the 2002 version also gets some fan service, because that's how I got into it. In the same way that they made a modern Thundercats movie. Obviously, they're going to make 80s references because of course, but I'd also like them to take at least some of the interesting world building ideas from 2011 Thundercats and never, ever, 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 ever mention Thundercats Roar. Ever.
Yeah. To be fair, 2011 Thundercats was basically my introduction to Thundercats. I was aware of them, and I had read like maybe one book, like like one of those like picture books for kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
Once, but yeah, 2011 Thundercats. That was like my introduction to them, and it's kind of like cemented in my head.
Yeah. Again, the difference between 90s and early 2000s readaptations of 80s franchises and the current crop of takes on 80s franchises is they genuinely seem to have improved on at least part of their material. Like I mean, obviously, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was a much darker, much edgier comic before it was a lighthearted kids show from the 80s. And in some sense, you could make the argument that the 2003 version is sort of taking it back to its roots. But let's be real, it's more of a readaptation of the 80s show than it is a callback to the comics. In the same way, I have no problem with 80s Thundercats, and I don't even mind that it is as cheesy as it is. But I did like what the 2011 Thundercats did by treating it as a more epic and grandiose fantasy show.
You can stay, Dragon Troll. We're probably still gonna be here for like maybe another hour or so. So you're good. Good to see you, by the way.
Yep.
Um, live action film also brought the challenge of casting someone buff enough to play He-Man, though that wasn't Knight's primary concern. I wasn't looking for a body, the director says. I was looking for a soul. I need someone who had the spirit of this character. It could be funny and charming and heartbreaking and also possibly a big action hero. Because there's a duality there. Adam essentially represents empathy. He-Man represents strength. I'm doing good, Dragon Troll. Thank you.
Yeah. Obviously, you want someone who can do both, and I think it's a false dichotomy to assume you can't do both. And it does seem like the actor who's playing He-Man in the movie at least tried to bulk up. I selfishly wish he could have bulked up more, but that would be my criticism. That would be true pretty much in any case. Because I like I like my eye candy. God damn it!
Okay, don't be a shallow bitch as usual. So no one's missing much.
I am sorry. Is it wrong of me to want fan service? You're going to be simping for Evil Lynn the whole movie. I just want the chance to simp for what I find attractive.
Why? I'm not gonna be simping for anyone, man. I just want to watch a fucking cool movie.
But you'll also be simping for Evil Lynn the whole time.
No.
I know who you are. I know your freaking goth girl tendencies.
Okay, don't. I'm not interested. Okay, I've watched various versions of Evil Lynn, and she's never interested me. Honestly, no character in Masters of the Universe has interested me in that way.
Mm.
Like, full honesty.
So if you're ever watching this, Travis Knight, when you're thinking of adding the reshoots, sex up Evil Lynn so Brainstormer has somebody to simp for, if for no other reason than so I can tell him I told you so.
Why the? Don, unlike you, I don't need a simp for someone in a fucking movie. I can just watch a movie and enjoy it.
Oh, but yeah, but you also frequently have a type, and Evil Lynn broadly fits that type.
Anyway, enter Nicholas I'm gonna butcher this, and I really apologize to the actor for this. Nicholas Galitzine, the idea of you, and Bottoms, who landed the role and soon found himself in the gym hard. I think anyone seeing that iconic physique would find it extremely daunting, he admits. Even the animations put Arnold Schwarzenegger to shame. The proportions, the minuscule waist, the bolder shoulders. I had 4 or 5 months to get in shape. Truly, it was the most difficult thing I've ever done. More fun was donning the He-Man's scant armor, which shows off all of Galitzine's hard work. He's become kind of abnormally confident in it, he says. It's like when you do sex scenes, everyone else in the room is more uncomfortable than you are, you know? Wandering around in this costume was empowering. He has the power, okay.
I mean, not for nothing, but that is also a very He-Man attitude. That is very much in character for the character he's portraying as well, which is cute. Brainstormer.
Yeah, that was the end of the article. I'm loading the next thing.
Hmm. Although they could augment him with CGI a bit. Yeah, that's probably how I would do it. Have him get as big as he can and then augment the rest with CGI.
Okay, Gentle. Dalton, I will say I told you so even if I have to engineer it myself. Yeah, that's very much Dalton. Um, like, I heard that Skeletor can become a powerful beast form, but doesn't because then Beastman would have power over it. Oh, no, sorry, okay, I didn't read the uh, comment before that. By the way, isn't it something where the people in Eternia, at least the big names, have power over platonic concepts or something? Like I heard that Skeletor can become a powerful beast form, but doesn't because then Beastman would have power over him. First time hearing of it. Again, Masters of the Universe wasn't really like a thing I grew up too much on, so I don't have the specific.
Not to the best of my recollection, but it's been a hot minute since I looked into He-Man lore. I I don't think they framed it that way, at least. Um, it may well be. Again, I'll have to refresh myself on the lore.
Okay, so I got stuff.
Hmm.
Uh,
As usual, Brainstormer was mostly in charge of the positive stuff.
I don't know if it's well. Okay, one of them I guess is technically inherently positive. This first one was just because I saw it and I thought it was neat and I wanted to share, like, kind of get some buzz around it.
I will admit, and I will tell this story, because I guess it shows how my head works. When Brainstormer first sent that to me, I assumed the guys behind Epic the Musical were doing a rendition of the Genesis stories.
Yeah, so this is like it's a trailer for kind of an animatic short film, which is called the thing itself is called Genesis because it is covering basically the whole of the Genesis. Uh, I don't want to say chapter because I don't think that's right, but
The book of Genesis.
book of Genesis. Thank you. I'm Christian. Yeah, they don't really get you interested in the Bible and
Sadly enough,
the church.
I've probably done more work to get Brainstormer interested in his Christianity than any preachers he's ever interacted with have.
Pastors actually would be the more
Mm,
correct term. And no,
yeah.
not really. Every time I went there, it was always okay. The church I used to go to, it was mostly we just sang, and I just sit there counting the time away whenever they would go into sermons because I never really felt it. I don't know. I just never, really enough, I never felt God in the house of God. I felt
That's what I was saying about I've probably done more to get you interested in the Abrahamic religions than your pastors have over the years.
to be fair, I always felt I don't know, I felt presence of God when I was doing just good. I just never felt it when someone was talking to me about how God would feel and all this stuff. It's just, I don't know.
Fucking Michael Carpenter ass motherfucker. Dragon Turtle, this he 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 doesn't think he's a cinnamon roll, and yet he says shit like I felt the presence of God when I was doing good. Fucking Michael Carpenter ass bitch.
I guess I don't really consider myself of a particular denomination. Giant Turtle, I just kind of view myself as Christian.
Out of curiosity, what denomination was the church you used to go to?
Uh, well, it's right down the street. I literally could walk to it, but I can't for the life of me. I haven't been there in years, so I can't
Mm.
remember for the life of me like specifically what it is.
Like when I used to go to church, it was a Methodist church because it was the only one in town, as far as I was aware.
All I know is I didn't really want to go after I heard the pastor go on kind of a rant on how gay people weren't wasn't a good thing.
Uh huh. So that being the case, my guess would probably be Baptists.
I
Um,
God, I don't know. I'd have to look at the sign again. I can't remember. It's just like off the top. I pass it all the time, but I just never really look at it. You know.
mm,
Yeah, it's all a complicated thing. I don't know. But yeah, I saw this. I thought it looked cool, and I thought it would be interesting to get the perspective of Dalton reacting to this, given his whole thing.
yeah, me and the Abrahamic religions is
This does take.
that.
I will say this does take not artistic liberties, but kind of it's interesting on how they kind of design and things to look.
It should be interesting if nothing else. Apple because forbidden
That,
fruit.
yeah, yeah. Well, technically, it's called the fruit. I know in a lot of
So probably just forbidden fruit then, because you're right. It is an open question as to what fruit the forbidden fruit was. In the Middle Ages, they defaulted to apple because apple or malum in Latin sounds a lot like malum, which means evil. So the apple of evil. Um,
huh.
but in places like Greece, it was thought to be a pomegranate because pomegranate was the fruit of death, and the snake said, or no, God said, if you eat the fruit of the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, then you will die. Then you will surely die. Um,
That was the fruit of.
in in Asia, they think it was peaches.
Hmm.
Yeah, but forbidden fruit then.
Well, to be fair, I'm under the impression that it, depending on who's looking, it's kind of like a mental thing that it kind of
Mm-hmm.
here as any type of fruit, so long as it's kind of more of a spherical shape.
Mm-hmm.
It really depends on who is looking at it. I mean, granted, if it was Adam and Eve, then it probably would have looked completely different. Maybe some type of geometric something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Forbidden fruit.
forbidden fruit. If I remember correctly, someone had mentioned that it was Noah, or no, one of the children, was it grandchildren, that was learning about this story because I believe
Hmm.
this Noah is within Genesis, correct?
Yes. The story of the flood is in the latter part of Genesis, yes. As is the Tower of Babel, as is the reference to the Nephilim, which I doubt they're going to include because almost nobody includes the Nephilim in it. Um, as is Cain and Abel, etc., ad nauseum.
I think the fruit thing was metaphorical. Well, you can make an argument for basically anything in the Bible being metaphorical, giant turtle.
You could.
I mean, that was kind of the point, wasn't it? It was like it's supposed to be basically like lessons in every story.
I mean, the jury is still very much out. There is so much contention between scholars as to what is meant to be metaphor and what's supposed to be taken literally and shit. and then you add on the complications of the fact that the Bible, as we have it now, is basically the introductory pamphlet to the religion, and that most of the Apocrypha didn't contradict the stuff in the Bible; they just added more information to it.
Let's
But
also not
the
get, let's also not get into the various versions of the Bible.
yeah, it's yeah.
That's just like
Of all the mainstream Bibles, I would probably, if you put a gun to my head, say I'd like the Ethiopian one, because the Ethiopian one includes a lot of the Apocrypha that a lot of other versions of the Bible don't include.
and I do like the kind of style they're setting up here. I know we haven't seen like a lot yet, but it just tonally, it's different compared to like other stuff we've seen. Um, it just feels grand, like from the music and kind of the first shots we've seen. Uh, yeah. Shall we?
Forbidden fruit.
There we go. What did that say? From the book known around the world comes a handcrafted epic.
Interesting.
Yeah, this is all like I said, animatics. So it's like it's very rough, but very like put together. I guess best way I could say it.
Yeah.
Check comments real quick. Okay.
Forbidden fruit.
Yep. Unapologetically honest, hopeful. Weird. I mean, to be fair, if you actually really look into the Bible, like how it probably even like really written, it's kind of a weird. There's a lot of high concept stuff in there.
It's a weird series of books. Yes.
Yeah. I do feel like modern stuff, whenever they try to adapt or uh, pr- what's the word? Present. Um, present stories from the Bible. They kind of tone down a lot of the weirdness. It's like pretty much with any story that is a bit weird or out there. So I don't know. Maybe it's just me, and I like kind of going that more like grandiose, epic kind of way. I find this kind of just nice, you know.
Forbidden fruit.
Remember, for oh, that's interesting. have cave paintings of the stories, which I guess back then would have made sense.
The question I have then is: Are they going? Are they going the Earth only being 6,000 years old thing?
I don't know. That's, to be fair. Time. Well, okay. How humans have measured time changes and drastically varies depending on the time period.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh no, I meant that I doubt it was a physical fruit. I do think that they were given something. To be fair, a lot of mythology was weird and high concept, as was the attempts at scientific theory and less reliable historical accounts. Fair, fair.
This is also true. It's just I think a lot of people forget how weird the Bible is because it is so normalized.
Yeah. I like that they show Eve, I guess, climbing either some type of tree or something. It looks like a double helix.
That's symbolically interesting. Meaning, well, I mean, this is the ultimate question, isn't it? Whether God always intended them to disobey him and eat the fruit, or if there actually was something they did wrong there.
Actually, recently, okay, I'm sure everyone here knows who the mythology guy is, right?
Yes.
I recently came across a short where he talked about Adam and Eve and the tree and stuff. Is funny little idea. I don't personally subscribe to it to avoid being smited. But oh, you trying to really? Come on, man.
What'd you say?
He says he doesn't know who the mythology guy is, which
I will red pill you later, DT.
I can send you a link to his YouTube channel. Well, it's the mythology guy. You can look it up yourself if you want to. It's how it's spelled. It's how it's said. You know, it's spelled the same way. So, um,
Mm.
when I brought up the interesting idea of how man is made in the image of God, and when Adam and Eve first ate the fruit, that they were ashamed to be bare, naked, right?
Yeah.
This is clearly a joke, but he presented the idea of, given that the tree of knowledge was technically to be the embodiment of all of God's knowledge, right? Would that therefore incline, since man was made in the image of God, that God may have some
Some body image issues.
Yes.
But also, by the way, it's not all of God's knowledge. It's specifically the knowledge of good and evil. That's actually one of the rather important aspects of Jewish Kabbalah, because the main sort of model in Jewish Kabbalah is the tree of life, which is said to have greater spiritual knowledge than just good and evil in it.
So, but it is made very abundantly clear in the various Abrahamic faiths that Adam and Eve ate from the tree of good and evil, correct?
The tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
Knowledge of good and evil. Okay, so that's why I've heard it That's why I've heard it explained to me in both. I've heard it explained both as the tree of good and evil and the tree of knowledge. Then, okay.
Yeah, people always lop off the of good and evil part and just refer to it as the tree of knowledge, but that's mistaken.
I feel like that's kind of an important distinction to have, though.
It is. It is a very important distinction to have. That's why that's why I always try to add it back in whenever possible, because that this is a problem of, not reading the thing very carefully. For a while, there were extremist Christian sects that thought that because it was the tree of knowledge, that knowledge itself was bad, and it led to a lot of anti-intellectualism and a lot of um, anti-independent thought ideas.
Which hence set up the Dark Ages, didn't it?
Well, at least to some degree. Actually, the church was instrumental in preserving a lot of knowledge, and as a result, the Dark Ages weren't quite as dark as a lot of people think they were. But
And they're still pretty
but
bad.
yeah, there are people, especially the more like fundamentalist American denominations, who think that knowledge is itself bad and that science is Satan's trap or something.
Yeah, I.
And all of this because they forgot the full title of the tree.
But yeah, I will. Actually, would I think it would be a lot more interesting if they're going back to the cave paintings of the story of the Garden of Eden, as it's shown here, right?
Mm.
I feel like that would actually be very interesting thing.
Mm.
To have the entire story depicted as cave paintings. Mainly because you have visual instead of just reading words.
I think it would be interesting if the way the animation depicts it changes as the time period changes. So, like, cave paintings for the Adam and Eve stuff, but like cuneiform depictions for the Babylonian stuff, or Egyptian hieroglyphs for the time in Egypt and so on. Well, the time in Egypt is Exodus, not Genesis, but you get what I'm saying. If they change the animation style based on the era that the story in question is taking place in, it'd be really cool.
I think it's just a visual thing they're doing because we'll get into that. But I always saw it as the ability to be self-aware with abstract thinking. But that is a good point. Maybe it's just the concept of morality. Either way, saw it as us crossing from animals to people. Also, don't forget the fruit of eternal life and how a flaming sword now guards it, lest anyone be immortal and have knowledge of good and evil.
Which kind of gives credence to what the serpent was saying in the garden. For those that don't remember, the way that the serpent convinces Eve to take of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, is by saying that God told you not to because he's worried that you will become like him and have knowledge of good and evil. So, according to the serpent in the garden, the reason why God said, no, don't eat that is because if Adam and Eve gained the knowledge of good and evil and maintained their immortality they had by default in the garden, they would become so much like God that God would have to fear them.
To be fair, if I remember correctly, they lived a lot longer than.
Yes.
Well,
if you take the lifespans of the various figures in biblical history literally, they lived many times longer than most humans do today, even with all our medical science.
which makes me think of something. It bars the question of, given our generations removed from, I guess, the divinity that Adam and Eve had within their blood to make them immortal, correct?
Mm.
Do you think that is the reason why we have such effectively short lifespans?
If that part is literal, I'm somewhat skeptical. I tend to believe that the creation myths of each culture apply to that particular culture and that particular portion of the world, insofar as they are literally true in any significant sense.
Okay, well, I'm
The,
just asking from the perspective of the Christian belief. Then,
I I imagine there are probably as many divergent positions as there are Christians, because there are theological debates about everything under the sun and that include the sun. So I I I I wager you would get different answers depending on which Christian you asked.
okay, thank you for
There
answering the
there
question, but
there definitely was a thought about that during during the Renaissance. That's one of the reasons that the Renaissance was such a productive time, because um it was contrasted with the medieval approach to education, which was the scholastic model. The idea of the further back in history you go, the closer to God you are, essentially, is one of the reasons why the Renaissance even happened. Um, because there was this idea that truth comes from the source. There's a, I believe, Latin phrase which is veritas et fontes, truth at the sources, um, which is what led to a rediscovery of a lot of ancient Greek things and a lot of ancient Egyptian things, and kind of a prioritizing of the oldest sources of information we could have at that time. Because the idea was that as time goes on, the more and more fallen we get away from God. And so the best thing we can do is find the truth at the sources, or as close to the sources as we can get, so that we can rediscover or reignite that lost or the weaker spark of divinity.
if I had a pastor like you, I actually would have been far more adherent to my faith.
I'm just saying, I'm just telling you what the fucking position is, because
Okay, so so basically we're talking about like Zeech cultists versus Nurgle cultists. Then,
I mean, if you view it in that sense,
no, I was responding to Giant Turtle's latest comment. So many people cling to a linear view of history, left thinking we just better get better and thus should sprint into the future. Right tends to be a narrative of decay and that change is bad.
true,
More, yeah.
true. That is sort of a that is definitely sort of a thing.
For the record, I made that reference for really not knowing anything about Warhammer. So
Mm.
anyway,
Yeah, but I agree. The idea that history is simplistic enough to be linear is
I feel
a
like people
problem.
forget that, like, even the kind of ideas and stuff we've had or claim to be new today, like New Age stuff, probably existed somewhere.
Yeah, a lot of human history is discovering something, forgetting that we did it, discovering something, forgetting that we did it again, and
Yeah,
so on.
yeah. I
That's one of the reasons why one of my favorite series of History Channel documentaries was the Ancient Discoveries series, because it's fascinating how many similar ideas the ancient peoples had, and just worked within the materials they had at the
yeah.
time, and so on.
Anyway,
Yep, forbidden fruit.
I like how they depict the garden here as kind of being one, like almost like you ever seen those designs for like those tower trees or like tree towers
Yeah,
or no garden towers, you know?
yeah. It's also a nice kind of visual reference to the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, which is ironic because parts of Genesis, if I remember correctly, do take place in Babylon.
Uh, Nothing
An
new on this.
interesting. Mhm.
I was just reading Dragon Troll's comment. Nothing new under the sun is still mostly correct, just not entirely.
Yeah, it's again, history is complicated, and the people that were involved in it were also complicated. This idea that we weren't humans until 5 minutes ago thing is really fucking annoying.
Yeah, honestly, I think there were probably people that kind of have discussions like we do constantly back then as well. They just couldn't get,
They
they
didn't
just
get recorded because they hadn't stumbled on recording technology yet.
maybe they did, but Um, also because if I remember correctly, Eden was supposed to like be basically a walled off garden, correct?
Yeah,
And the design here with like the tree branches acting kind of like a wall slash almost visually looks like a cage as well.
yeah, which raises interesting questions about again the whole thing of what if the serpent wasn't entirely bullshitting when he said what he said about God fearing what man could be if he had both immortality and the knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah. I like how they kind of have it set somewhat prehistorically because they do show dinosaurs here as well, which would technically have been around at the time, um, more or less.
It depends on if they're going for the like biblical literalism thing of the world was made 6,000 years ago thing. And it's possible that they could be including that detail without necessarily believing it. So,
Yeah.
eh.
Well, I don't think dinosaurs were around 6,000 years ago. So
No, it's a farce. There are people that believe it. Those people are horrifyingly stupid
eh.
for the most part.
Although, if I remember correctly, Adam was in charge. Like one of his charges by God was to name every animal,
Yes.
which would imply, I think they will include dragons or even things from other mythologies. That that really depends. Giant troll, but I'm not sure. I think this just again like it's just covering like it's supposed to be covering the stories of Genesis. So
Yeah, it very much depends on what they're doing with it. But
it's very
at least visually it's very interesting.
yeah. I did like one of the shots they had shown, which was like the outline of a body in the ground, which Adam was crafted from the earth.
Yeah. Well,
But
Adam and Lilith, but I doubt we're gonna get Lilith in here
you
because
never know.
they're probably keeping to the normie default Bible instead of introducing the apocryphal stuff. I will doff my cap to them if they include some of the apocryphal stuff, but I
What
doubt they're gonna address the whole second creation of woman thing.
what cap, Don? You're not wearing a cap right now.
Fair enough, but I I will go and get my hats, put one on, and then doff it to them if they include some of the apocryphal stuff. I
Uh,
doubt they will. I think they're going to go with the normie version, but I would doff my cap to them if they included it.
all right. And to be fair, I kind of I think I've mentioned this before when like we've covered other things. Like I know that David musical came out not too long ago. I haven't seen it yet. I've heard good things about it though.
I
I've
have
seen,
also heard good things about it. I haven't seen it yet either.
but that I think I mentioned the Journey to Bethlehem like musical. like that came out like 2 years ago. Um, it's like those things that aren't necessarily like that take inspiration from like the Bible or like Christian mythology or well Abrahamic faith mythology.
Mhm.
Um, and are just still willing to make something that's engaging, entertaining without being like talking,
With, without being moralistic sticks in the mud.
yeah. Um, so, and I like again, I'm speaking of like someone who is of moderate faith within Abrahamic faiths. Um, so please take my opinion with a grain of salt. Then
Mhm.
I I do not mind when stories of the Bible or of any type of Christian or Abrahamic faith is adapted, so long as it's respected and made with the best intentions possible. Like it's not trying to be insulting. It's not trying to be lackluster. It's simply how to put this artistically expressive of the core idea of what Christianity should be. I guess the best way I can put it in my own personal opinion.
Speaking of the Abrahamic thing, I am curious whether this is coming from a Christian perspective or a Jewish perspective or a Islamic perspective. Probably not, because strains of fundamentalist Islam believe in anarchanism, which is to say, they don't like portraying things from the Bible because they think it's blasphemous. That's why the no drawing the Prophet Muhammad rule exists in Islam.
Okay. Um,
But yeah, I am curious if this is going to go with more of a Jewish bent or a Christian one.
I'm with brainstorming here, but adding that it should own if it's being faithful, taking what it thinks is the real truth, or taking some liberties with it.
Mm,
I was reading Drantroll's comment
yeah,
there.
fair enough.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah. But forbidden fruit.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Music's pretty good too.
Hmm?
Music's pretty good too in this.
Yeah, so far.
Oh, Prince of Egypt. I forgot that one.
Prince of Egypt is pretty good. VeggieTales was pretty good. Um, Darren Aronofsky's Noah movie was pretty good. Nefarious was pretty good.
can't believe I forgot Prince of Egypt.
As far as I'm aware, the Samson movie was actually pretty okay. I didn't watch it, but I heard it was pretty okay.
There was a Samson movie.
Yeah.
Ah, there's not that. Okay. Anyway, sorry. Forbidden fruit.
Forbidden fruit.
Oh yeah, that was yeah. They did a really interesting design on the serpent, which kind of looks somewhat like a griffin now. To be fair, well,
I'm curious if that might be a reference to the Demiurge.
oh,
The Demiurge is sometimes depicted as a serpent with the head of a lion.
That actually might be it then, which would imply that they're doing Gnosticism or some type of
Or at least alluding to it.
yeah.
That's fascinating.
Well, to be fair, if I remember correctly, the serpent was cursed to slither on its belly after the transgression that it committed,
Yes,
which implies that it did have
a form that didn't before.
yeah.
But still, like they appear to be very, very obviously referencing at least a symbolic depiction of the demiurge as the serpent, which is interesting.
I will say this, Don, and you are not going to like it, and I apologize, but I've made my stance clear on this specific thing. Tonally, I kind of wish Hazbin Hotel was something like this.
I mean, it could also have been like this, but I don't think it's necessarily a quality downgrade to have it be as it is.
Again, man, I made my stance on Hazbin Hotel fairly obvious. I don't think it's bad or anything. I just think it's kind of lacking in a tonal consistency.
Mm. I'm curious what they're going to do with the tone as they get into the deeper parts of the story.
Yeah. But yeah,
anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Is it me or does the Serpent's Face come across as uncanny valley type?
A little bit, and I think that's intentional.
Oh no, I was fairly certain it was intentional. I'm just, God, it gives me the creeps, especially with that little smile.
Yeah, if we're, because a lot of people think that the devil or Satan is the serpent in the garden.
No, it's its own thing.
Yeah, but there's no actual indication of that.
I think
the serpent was just a serpent, at least in the context of Genesis.
Right. Did Paradise Lost make that connection, or to introduce that idea first?
That's been a connection that has been made since the Middle Ages. That doesn't change the fact that there's still no actual textual basis for it.
Right. I mean, to be fair, I was under the impression for a while, but when I was really starting to think of it, I mean, to be fair, it would make sense that
it's a cultural thing more than it is an actual thing. I think people just assumed that the devil was the serpent because they like depicting the devil as having like serpentine qualities. It's the same thing with
the reason why I thought it was because to me it would have made sense for Lucifer, because he hated mankind so much that he wanted to, corrupt them and show their ultimate folliness.
Right, and that's the sort of cultural osmosis that we get a lot of the time, but there's no action. Like
I know.
I
know. I was just like, I was pointing out that's why I was at first when I was.
That's the way a lot of people think about it. That's the way a lot of pastors even misunderstand the thing. But just because it's a faulty interpretation that has basically become soft canon doesn't mean there's actually any basis for the thing in the thing.
A part of me does think there is, at least after the whole events in Eden, there is some type of connection between the serpent and Lucifer.
I mean, hell, even Hazbin Hotel makes that connection with Lucifer being the serpent. Hell, the beginning of Vox Populi, I'm the serpent, I'm the flame, the mortal world is scared to say my name. Yeah. So anyway. It's not like it's not an uncommon position, but it's just that if you actually look into it in the context in which it was written, there's no indication thereof. It's just a serpent that could talk because all the animals in the garden could talk, pretty much.
Okay, that one I didn't know, but that would make sense, I suppose.
Mhm.
Anyway, which also implies they all had different forms before the modern version we've seen of them.
The question is, does that apply only to the serpents, or does it apply to all the others as well?
Well, I think we can. Okay, let's assume that they all were technically immortal creatures, including man, right?
Mhm.
Well, actually, the animals would have been made first because Adam had to have named them all. So they would have been
Well,
just.
and we get when it's doing the, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, the animals do explicitly come first. He made man last.
Yeah, so that would imply they might have actually kind of similar to the kind of theory of theory I proposed earlier of the decay and degradation of man, like the
Mhm.
immortality and everything. Like why we have could have also kind of similarly happened with the animals because they would have spread out from Eden along as man was also banished from the garden. Uh,
And I mean, we do know that generally speaking, domestication does make animals less intelligent. Generally speaking, there's a couple animals that doesn't apply to, but most often, if you compare, for example, modern day sheep to the ancient uh, rams and aurochses that used to be wild roaming, they're they're massively lobotomized compared to their wild counterparts.
I'm conflicted. On one hand, it was a pretty old and explicit thing in Genesis. On the other hand, I like snakes. And I know that the cultures who made this generally disliked and despised them.
See, that's something rather unique to the part of the Middle East that the Israelites came from, because in a lot of ancient cultures contemporaneous to the Israelites, the serpent was a symbol of knowledge and wisdom,
That also kind of makes sense for, huh?
which might be why it's the serpent who talks Eve into it in Genesis. If
That would,
he's the smartest of the animals,
mm.
it might be kind of a snowball in or not snowball, old major in Animal Farm kind of thing.
Also, sorry, I just remembered that they had a shot of Eve with the fruits. Trying to see if we can get a good shot of it. Also, Eve looks very beautiful here.
Well, they're both supposed to be very beautiful because not only were Adam and Eve the first, they were also supposed to be the perfect template for humans.
Okay. You can kind of see it. It's a lot bigger than an apple. It's kind of golden, actually.
Which might be a reference to the idea of like the golden apple of discord from Greek mythology.
I'm really digging all the influences here.
Yeah, again, I'm impressed that the serpent looks kind of like a demiurge symbol. Um,
Um,
and yeah,
a dragon turtle brings up it might make them less intelligent, but I know it makes them less independent, which might appear as less intelligent. Regarding our animal theory.
yeah, it, and there are cases where we know animal IQs have gone up since they were domesticated. It's just we also have a lot of examples of animals that appear at least to be less intelligent now than they were when they were in their ancient, untamed wild versions.
Alright.
What's funny about pigs in particular is if you like if you take a domesticated pig out into the wild and leave it alone for long enough, it will start to automatically grow the tusks of a boar back.
That's hmm. Interesting.
It's one of those things that make me go, okay, maybe Napoleon in Animal Farm had a point. Maybe pigs are more equal. Lol.
Anyway, forbidden fruit.
Forbidden fruit.
Oh, okay. Okay, here's a full shot of the apple of the fruit. Then, okay, it's almost like a pear, actually.
I kind of like that they went with the idea that it looks like no other kind of fruit we have.
Yeah, that does make a lot more sense, actually.
That kind of, if nothing else, it's a decent bit of artistic license so that no one fruit gets hit with the evil shtick.
Yeah, I mean, again, I still say kind of like to me because I've seen. I have a.
It does. You're right. It does very much look like a pear. I'd have to look it up to see if there are any cultures around the world that think of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil as a pear. I'm sure there probably are, because depending on the depiction, it's a different fruit in just about every culture.
Right.
Again, we in the Western world kind of defaulted to apple because the word in Latin for apple is malum, which sounds like a lot like malum, which is the word for evil.
Huh. In my mind, when I've thought of the fruit, well, yes, originally it was apple because I was a kid and I was being taught that and all. But as I've gotten older and I've come to understand how things kind of like how angels would kind of look very differently. I almost imagine the fruit kind of being almost tesseract-ish, if that makes sense. Like it's almost kind of like a constantly shifting kind of geometric shape.
That wasn't there a fruit in the Chowder pilot that like rotated through all the fruits? Like no fruit that looked like a lump of tofu before you plucked the leaf off of it like a grenade.
It's been so long since I'll be honest, I never really got into Chowder. It just struck me as a really dumb show.
It is and was. It was occasionally funny and entertaining in a kind of bizarre, we're throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks sort of way.
But yeah, I just kind of imagine it kind of being very twisting, very like you almost don't know what you're looking at kind of thing. Is how I picture like the fruit.
Certainly an interesting idea. Sounds like something I would have come up with, to be honest with you.
Well, okay, I'll also like that's also how like I would picture like to at least our minds, that's what it looks like. Just because like we can't possibly perceive it. Like it's actual fruit in nature, so it's constantly shifting.
Has an almost like Lovecraftian idea to it. The whole like non-Euclidean geometry thing.
Honestly, to be fair, most of like heaven and possibly hell.
Biblical designs, if you actually read them as literal, do read as very Lovecraftian. Yes.
Yeah.
Hence the famous "Be not afraid" meme.
To be fair, they would actually. To be fair, angels when they appear to regular folk, they just have a regular form.
Like they come in the guise of humans. It's only the prophets who get to see behind the veil.
Which makes a joke. Which makes a skit I saw more funnier. I might be paraphrasing, but it's showing
angels weren't depicted as humans with wings until the like late Middle Ages, early Renaissance period. Yeah.
But the skit I'm thinking of is they show like a biblically like it's a clip of a biblically accurate angel, right? And then it cuts to the guy who's looking at it absolutely terrified, and the voice of "Be not afraid," and he says, "I shit my pants twice, motherfucker."
Doesn't he also go on to slam the door in the angel's face because he knows that angels only look like that to people that are
That's
chosen for important jobs?
that's a different skit.
I like
I know
that
which one you,
one.
I know which one you're talking about, but the one I'm talking about I saw first before I saw that one.
Uh,
Um, anyway, I did not expect us to be talking this much about Bible stuff.
well,
Comes with the
shit's,
territory, I
com-
guess.
shit's complicated. So,
And I know it comes
anyway.
with the territory. It's just like this feels like a more in-depth discussion than I've ever had when I was. Hell, I never actually had discussions. I just listened to people talk. Huh.
Yeah, the one of the biggest problems with various religions is the people that are in charge of spreading the message don't really know how to spread it well, and very often aren't educated in their own shit.
Well, to be fair, I was
Annoying.
like in like kind of a Bible study group that I was kind of sort of forced to be a part of. I was
Mm.
like the youngest, so I didn't really feel like I had much to really talk about. And
Hmm.
again, it was like super boring, so I just really kept my mouth shut and just kind of tuned out most of the time and just waited until we could all leave.
Mm. The very first pastor I had was a really good guy. The second one was the one that gave me the repent or be shunned speech.
Yeah, I've never come across one of those guys, but I mainly, be fair, my I don't know if I'd actually say it, but my first instinct would be go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I was like 13 at the time. I hadn't developed my habit of swearing yet, and he didn't even let me be in the same room while he was discussing it either, so I couldn't have said it to his face even if I wanted to.
Anyway,
Um, Forbidden
forbidden.
fruit.
Yeah. Oh, it was beating.
That's cool.
Like a heartbeat. Okay, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
I don't know which angle the person who made this is on, but
It's like a small team. It's like an indie thing they're
right,
trying to.
but I am fascinated between the serpent looking like the demiurge is often depicted as, and the fruit with a heartbeat that simultaneously kind of looks like every fruit but no fruit at all is
Right. Yeah. They
just
were launching a Kickstarter campaign to like have a proof of concept for their animated project. Um,
mm,
if anyone wants, I can post the link to the Kickstarter if anyone's interested in looking at it at the very least in the Discord at some point.
mm.
I'm getting the next thing up, so give me a second. Okay. I will be fully honest. I kind of wish Genesis was actually getting like its full release. Like it's actually like an official project.
We shall see. We can certainly hope.
All right. So I had sent this, and I'm not sure if we will have the time to check out the other version of this. But this is the
Mm.
authentic black and white teaser trailer for Spider Noir, which will be on Prime Video.
Mm.
Um, so it's obviously inspired by Nick Cage's portrayal of Spider Noir in Spider Verse movies.
Yep.
Although here he's Ben Riley instead of Peter Parker.
That's weird.
I think it's because they have this. It's almost like the bat embargo thing where you can't really use the actual names
Ah.
of this characters. So they had to change it from Peter Parker to Ben Riley. Even though it's
Mm.
probably going to be the same, he's just going to be playing like the same like Spider Noir that he voiced in the movie anyway. So
Interesting.
also interesting, they're going to be having a black and white version, which we're currently seeing the teaser for, and also a true hue version, which will be in color. Um, I think both.
Neat.
I think both look good,
Yeah.
but given how the Spider Noir was portrayed to be living in an actual world of black and white, to the point he couldn't even tell the colors of a Rubik's cube.
Mm.
I think it would have been interesting if they just kept it in black and white, but what I'd seen of the colored trailer,
I mean, it certainly is interesting, the idea that
oh,
there will be two different versions of it. That's a very creative idea there.
yeah, I like how it looks either way. I mean, like, I think I told you this. I told Dalton this when off screen uh, that the full color uh, version of the trailer kind of reminded me of the Dick Tracy movie from like it was like what the early '90s.
Yeah, I saw the colored trailer first, and I agree it is very, very Dick Tracy.
Well, I mean, given the same setting and stuff. So,
Hmm.
although I think Dick Tracy was set in Chicago.
I don't remember where Dick Tracy was set. I will have to look that up later.
Um, Spider Nana.
Um, Nana Noir.
Nana Noir. Well, no, that'd be yeah okay yeah Nana Noir.
Tell me why.
You already know how it ends.
Well, then start from the beginning.
The ticks.
I'm kind of getting reminded. Like some of the shots kind of remind me of what was the horror movie that came out a few years ago? Nightmare Alley.
Yeah, which I mean that is a noir movie, so it's very much in the noir mold. I'm a sucker for the noir mold in general, so this
Yeah,
is
that's fair.
it is good how like stylistically faithful they're being to the noir thing.
Yeah, and Nick Cage being Nick Cage, he's always fun. So
Yeah, I mean, he you may have criticisms for Nicolas Cage, but you will never be able to say that he's not trying his very hardest.
yeah, Nana
Not
Noir.
a noir. Yep.
Thoughts. Impulses. I manage to suppress them. Most of the time.
What's going on, Ben?
Oh, Sandman.
Huh.
be fair, the whole noir verse does have like his supervillains. They're just kind
Yeah.
of different, you know.
I would have given them so many props if they had done the Spider-Man Sandman, but give him a gas mask like the DC Sandman. Obviously, I don't think they could because of copyright, but
Yeah.
it would have been a nice touch, especially with the noir thing.
I am curious if, because Vulture's supposed to be in this, in story wise, Vulture's a cannibal freak, like from a freak show, right? And
Ooh, so you're
It-
telling me
hold on,
it's-
I'm not. It gets so much worse. Is responsible for killing Peter Parker's Uncle Ben, and not just killing him,
eating him?
yep.
But you're telling me I'm getting a noir movie with superheroes that also references sideshow shit.
Yes.
Somebody's been peeking at my Christmas list.
Be fair, also, Spider-Noir is one of the few Spider-Men that actually uses guns,
Mm-hmm.
which I'm wondering if they'll actually do here instead of being pussyfoots about it.
That is the question.
To be fair,
Nana Noir?
in Spider-Verse, he actually had a pistol. He just never pulled it out.
Mm. But yeah, so that is the question. Are you going to commit to the bit, or are you going to be a bitch?
I mean, we're
That's
seeing him
the question.
swinging around and stuff, so they're willing to do the superhero stuff. I'm just wondering if, because he's also a private investigator, and private investigators in the war films are willing to kill, usually.
Yeah, the gunsling gumshoe thing is very, very, very caked into the noir aesthetic.
All right, shall we?
Nana Noir.
And in a war.
Wait, what the hell happened to him?
I beat up some guys in a bar. And I got plastered.
On May 27th. All right.
One thing I'm missing that I hope the final version will have is the noir style.
Music.
No, the noir style narration, like inner monologue narration.
Yeah. Be fair, they did also have that in the Batman. That wasn't. I remember that wasn't really shown in the trailers, so they might.
I hope they do, because that again, as someone who is an easy sell for the noir style, especially when it adds in supernatural shit. I love good old fashioned noir narration.
Shall we?
Nana Noir.
No power. Comes no responsibility.
Mhm.
All right, let me push that back because I wanted to address that specifically. I'm curious time-wise when this takes place because again, isn't this technically supposed to be the Spider Noir of Spider-Verse? So
Mhm.
he was set in the 1930s. Although it makes sense that he was also fighting Nazis. So
As you do.
well, it was the 30s, not the 40s. So
Hmm.
I don't know. Anyway,
Nana Noir.
yep.
What are you thinking about over there?
Bit of an existential crisis, if I'm honest.
Struck a nerve, huh?
Yeah, this
Okay,
looks really
I do.
good.
I do like the noir style, like tough guy accents that some of the characters are trying to do.
It's very New York, yeah.
It's again, it seems like they're genuinely. It doesn't seem like they're pulling their punches with regards to the noir aesthetic.
Yeah.
Which is endearing.
I will be okay. So I know I said I didn't mind either, like the colored version or black and white version, but I will say the lighting looks a lot more dramatic in the black and white version.
I suppose we'll see. I mean, I've seen a lot of noir style things in color, like To Cast a Deadly Spell was in color, and Angel Heart's in color, and
I'm not saying it. The color doesn't look bad. I'm just saying, like, I think with the exaggerated shadows, the black and white does look better in that regard.
There is a reason why noir detective stuff peaked during the black and white era. I do think it is a match made in heaven.
Yeah.
That being said, a good at using color director can make those hypersaturated colors work as well as the shadows in black and white. So we shall see.
Nano Noir.
Nano Noir.
I'm excited.
I'm very excited and interested and hopeful.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a series, not like a special or movie, which isn't. It's cool.
Yeah, that. Like again, I am a fairly easy sell for the pulp noir aesthetic, and it does appear like there's some serious love letters in here to the pulp noir thing.
I will say this though: if they do not have him walking through the back alleys of New York at night with a slow saxophone going on, that will
Yep.
turn.
I agree. The sax ambiance needs to be a thing, and the grizzled internal monologue needs to be a thing.
Honestly, Nicolas Cage, out of anyone, I could see really pulling that off.
Yeah, no, he could easily do it, and I'm here for it. I am here for it. Let the man fulfill the assignment he was assigned to.
Well, I do think we should call that because it is. Well, we've been at this for 4 hours.
Yep.
So with that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, auf Wiedersehen, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
Fuck off.